All right. Hello, hello. Um, Let me share my screen real quick. Um, just in case, let me check. Can you hear me? Can you see my screen and so on? Um, I would like to have some feedback. Yes, good. Thank you. So let's get started. We have a session about pentesting Azure Container Services. My name is Sergey. Where I'm from, who am I? I'm from Russia. And what I usually do, I do different penetration tests, security assessment, security implementations. I'm also Microsoft MVP, OSCP, not Microsoft, and many other certifications. If you want to find me for some reasons, you want to contact me, watch my other sessions, or see my announcements. Here's the LinkedIn, not URL, but my username. Let's get started. Let's get started. So what this session is going to be all about. This session about, of course, containers, and I'm going to show you what we can do to, check what we can do to check container security, and what if you're a defender, how can you avoid some sort of error, some sort of security mistakes. But before that, before I start to show you anything, let's say thank you to our sponsors. Because of them, we have this great conference, and without sponsors, of course, it's nearly impossible to organize that. One more moment also. I'm gonna give you live demos, so you will not see many slides in this presentation. I'm gonna use slides, but not a lot. So what is going to be in our agenda? First of all, I'm not really sure who you are. I mean, not only who you are, but what your experience is. If you are experienced DevOps engineer, of course, you know what containers are, you know what push, what pull, and other processes. But what if you are a security engineer and maybe you don't work closely with DevOps? I want to give you a really quick introduction what containers are and how those services work together, because it's super important to understand that for the purpose of the security demos. Then I'm going to show you how we can backdoor container images, then how we can poison images on container registry, and with those images, how we can compromise container instance in Azure and Kubernetes in Azure as well. After this, we're going to discuss vulnerability assessment and what options we have for that in Azure, of course. So without being said, let's get started. So first, as I promised you, I'm going to give you Containers 101. So let's quickly talk about that. First, if we want to work with containers, we must create what's called container image. So containers, they are deployed from images. And so we must have container image first. The most popular environment where we create images called Docker. And so using Docker, quite often we create container images. Of course, it should be application there in that image, and we use something else to create application. But to collect all of this together, combine all of this together into container image, we use Docker for those purposes. But if we want to use those images in the cloud, we must make this image somehow public. So what we do, we push. So push means upload. So we push this image to another service called ACR, or Azure Container Registry. Because we are talking about Azure, but in general, Container Registry, that's the storage for your images. And this storage will be somewhere in the cloud. Of course, we may have Container Registry on premises, but because we're talking about Azure, so that's going to be cloud storage for my container images. So we're going to store image there. And now this image will be available in the cloud, and I can use this image to deploy container in one of the different services. So one of them is called container instance. Container instance is quite simple service. Usually we use that for dev and test. And so if I want to use that or maybe for some small, simple applications, if I want to use that in container instance will pull my image from ACR. So pull means download, and start deploy container from that image. So it may be container instance, but more commonly used is contain Kubernetes services, or AKS, Azure Kubernetes Services, which will do the same process. Will also pull image from ACR and then run containers in Kubernetes. Kubernetes may run hundreds, thousands of containers. So that's my most common environment, very, very popular. So I hope that is that's quite clear. Why do we need all of those services? Why do we have all of those acronyms like ACR, AKS, ACI, what images are? So we need this information for the upcoming demos. And let me give you very, very quick hit that we may use if we work with Kubernetes services. So before any poisoning, let me show you how we can quickly compromise Kubernetes if we have some sort of access in on-premise environment. I'm going to switch to demo. I promise you that I will give you many demos. And so let me show you let me kill that. Let me show you a very interesting demo. I think that's interesting. So when we manage Kubernetes, we use a tool called kubectl. So that's a very, very common tool. We use that in the cloud. We use it on premises. So let me type kubectl get pods. And so now I can see my pods, or you may think about like containers in terms of Kubernetes or applications. You can see here there are 2 pods. All right, let's do the same on a different machine. I'm going to open CMD. Go here, kubectl get pods. So let's see what's going to happen. I don't see any results, and it should fail soon. Yeah, so as you can see here, there is no connectivity. So why on one machine, I was able to connect. I just opened CMD and able to connect. But on another machine, that wasn't the case. So let me show you what will happen. So when I start, when I work with kubectl, I must authenticate. So I must connect to this Kubernetes and authenticate. But if you remember, I just opened CMD. I did not type any authentication credentials. I just typed the command. So the reason why is because we have when we authenticate for the first time, my token will be cached, and it will be cached in the special folder called .kube. So in my user profile, so here's my username. So here is folder called .kube. This folder, token will be cached. So if I take this token, let me just zip it real quick, and copy that to a different machine. Let me go to my user, and there is no .kube. Oh, here we go, .kube. Paste here, and let's extract that. And now let me cross my fingers, and let me try to repeat the same command. Yeah, that's working. That's working. So as you can see, if I have some sort of access, if I can have an access to the profile of user who already has connectivity to Kubernetes, I can just easily steal the token. And what I can do now, let me quickly show you. So for example, I can connect to any of those containers. So let me connect to let's connect to back front end. Let's see, ID. I can see the files. Let's say cat and config file kfg. And now I can see information about the application. So I think you got an idea. So now I can control those containers. And I can control Kubernetes in general. Of course, I can control according to permissions I got in a stolen token. That's a quick win. That's a quick hit what we can use in the real world. And you may say, wait a second, so that's it? And we can finish the demo? No, we have some other ways to compromise Kubernetes. Of course, in the real world, we love to have the quick hits and get the results immediately. But let me just continue my session and show you some other ways to achieve similar result. So what if we don't have access to token of Kubernetes? How we can also try to pen test our container services? So the key point may be here, and in next explanation, you will see a number of misconfigurations that company may have. So the key point here is Azure Container Registry. So when you did not configure permissions properly, attackers may download or pull image from container registry, modify this image, so add Trojan to this image. After this, attacker may push this image back to registry, but this time the new version of image will be poisoned, and so now it's my version of image. So now I can run poison containers on Kubernetes services or container instance, and it's not what I'm going to do. That's what the company is going to do. So company will run poison containers, and they do it themselves. And for them, it will look like a legit application, but in reality, it's going to be a poison container with application. So that's what I'm going to show you in the next 30, 25, we'll see minutes. I'm going to jump back to demo, and let me show you how can we do it. First of all, before I start to show you demo, let me show you what do I have. What do I have? Let me go to Azure. I'm going to log in. And so let me show you what I have. So I have container registry, and in container registry, let me close that. And in container registry, I have a repository with my image called hello W. So hello world, and hello and W. So that's my image in the repository. That's normal image that company may have. Let me jump back to slides. So now I have container registry. I have container registry with an image. Also, what do I have? I have Kubernetes, Kubernetes server, AKS. And in AKS, I have one popular application, this Azure Voting App. I think you know this application if you work with AKS before. That's application that you may find on Microsoft website, like for demo purposes, where you can vote for cats or dogs. So that's already deployed in my Kubernetes. So using these starting points, what I want to do. So as an attacker, I want to try to pull image from ACR. So let's do this first step. I'm gonna jump back to demo. And let's do it. Let's do it. So for this purpose, I'm going to go to the different folder and oh, sorry, that's from the previous one. Let me kill this folder and this one as well. Now, what I want to do, I want to download or pull image. So let me try to pull image. So I'm going to use a command called docker pull. And so I'm going to take this registry, and I'm going to save this file, the image, as a file with extension tar. Let's do it. And it should fail. Yeah. So look at this. You cannot just simply download image without authentication. So container registry requires you to have authentication. So you must be authenticated first. All right, so how can I authenticate? So let me show you that the kubectl token, that's not the only one token that may be stolen. So let me show you. If I say ACR login and let me try to authenticate, it should fail now. Hopefully it will. It should fail. It should. Yeah, so it says you must provide username and password, so I don't have them. So this token, the token from kubectl, is not the only one token I can steal. There's another token from Azure CLI, which may be found in that Azure folder. If I take this token, let me also zip it. So I'm gonna take this folder, and now I'm gonna go to users again, and I'm gonna go to my user folder, and here's that Azure. I'm gonna remove everything here, paste archive here, extract that, and now if I will be lucky, I will be able to authenticate. I will be able to authenticate. So let's try again. So hopefully it will work. Come on, say that was successful. Yeah, look at this. So login succeed. Now what I can do, I can pull container image from registry. So let's do it. I'm gonna type docker pull, and from this registry, I'm gonna take image. Let me just do it. Sometimes this happens, so let me try again. And look at this. So now it started to pull image from registry. It takes a few 30 seconds around that. So once again, what I'm doing now, pulling from this registry this image, and I'm saving that as a file with name hello-orange.tar. And now I have this as a separate file. Look at this. Now, next step, what I should do, I can extract that. And let's take a look. So that's number of folders. And each folder has a file, also has a file called layer.tar. Let me open that. And it's something here. All right, what I can do, let me extract this one. And what I want to do next, I want to place my Trojan that I pre-created before. So if I go to USR, share, lib. So here is my shared library, shared object. I'm going to copy this and paste to this layer, paste here. And before I do anything else, so of course I must replace the new layer with the old layer with the new one. But before this, what I must do, I must get the hash of existing layer tar. So let me. Oh, sorry. The get file hash. You will see why do I need this file hash soon. So let's say layer tar, and here is file hash. Let me copy that. Let me copy that and to the notepad. Now I can zip. My new layer tar and replace this one with a new one. I can remove this folder and let's check new file hash. So new file hash is this one. All right, so I'm almost done with poisoning, almost. Now I must zip the whole image. Zip the whole image, and let me give a name like hello Troj. So let me take that and place here. So now I have the new image, and look at this. So it's a very small difference. And if I just leave it like this, it will not work. So why it will not work? The reason why it will not work, because I have like a physical file in the image, but I must also use that. I must also run that. It will not run automatically. So this hello.troj I may remove right away and go back and make one more modification. So let me open Notepad. And let me open this file. So here I must do a few things. So first of all, I must add information about my Trojan. So I'm going to add that here. So that's the first thing I must do. And also what I must also do, I must tell about the name of my new layer. So my current layer that I want to modify, I replaced is 41A something something. Let me find that. 41A. Oh, here we go. 41A and so on. So they look the same. Let me copy this. Right here. Yes, they are the same. So I want to replace this one with this one. But as you can see, the original one, all of the characters there in lowercase. In my case, they are in uppercase. Let me quickly convert them. Let me take this one, convert to lowercase, copy this, and paste here. All right, so I'm ready to go. Let me copy that string and replace this one. So now I should be fine. Now it should be okay. Fingers crossed, of course, as usual. Let me add new archive. Hello world. Approach. Now this one should work. Let me place it here. Now I have Trojanized image. It has the same size as before, but this time this image was modified, and so my Trojan must be loaded and run automatically. Let me check if that Trojan is working fine. So I'm going to establish the connection to in my listener. I establish my listener, and now what I want to do, I want to say Dr. Log, and I want to load. Oh, sorry. I think it should be hello approach.tar. Should be like this. Now let's take a look. Look at this. I have a new image. And we're almost done. You're loading. All right, so image already exists. Anyway, now, that's I already have. I had existing one, so let me remove that. Oh yeah, so let's try again. Let me remove all of the images I had before, and let's load from scratch. And yeah, now you can see here, here's the listener, and so I'm waiting for connection from my target. Next action, I want to run this container. So let's say run, and we will run container. And what I want to also do in my container, it's simple application. Oh, by the way, let me show you real quick what this container is all about. What this container was all about. It's just a simple application, hello world. So I just use Ubuntu 16.04 as a base image, and I run and I install Apache and add some some environment variables, and add one application HTML page and expose port 80. So what I want to do here, I want to map port 80 to 8080 of my local machine, because my port 80 is busy, and I just want to run container from that image. So let's see if I don't have any containers. No containers running. And let's say run. And yeah, look at this. In my attacker machine, I have a shell, and look at this. So I'm inside of the container. So let's say uname Linux, uname -a long name of Linux. And so host name, that's crazy name. So as you can see here, I have container which is running now. It proof that my concept is working. So I'm here, I poisoned the container, and now the next step I want to take is to push that back to registry. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm gonna jump back to demo, and I can stop image. Oh, by the way, let me show you that for regular users, for application users, it should be like a regular, yeah, hello world, that's working. And for them, that's like a normal, it's like a normal application. All right, let me close that. Control C doesn't work. All right, let me just kill this container. And so here I'm finished with this, with the image creation. Now, what I want to do, I want to, also, by the way, I've lost my shell. What I want to do next, I want to push this to registry. So I'm going to, let me use this command, docker push, and I'm going to use this name of container. So let me push it back. And look at this. So we are pushing just the one layer that was modified. And that's the identifier of the layer. And we're all set. So now layer was pushed back to registry. So what next? Now, if I jump back to slides, container is sorry, not container, but image in container registry. So now I just need to wait before company will start to deploy from this image. So, well, when they normally deploy containers in Kubernetes or in container instance, I will be able to have access to that, to those containers, and I can try to pen test and have access to underlying infrastructure and other containers. So let's start from container instance, because container instance is quite simple, quite small. We can just quickly, easily check that it's working. To be fair, container instance is not super useful for me, because usually a container instance around dev and test environments, so, and containers they're quite isolated from each other, not super useful once again. But I just want to test that it's working in the cloud. So from here, let me jump back to demo. And this time, I'm going to jump to my Azure portal. And I'm going to create a container instances. I don't have any instances, so let's create the new one. And let's say I want to create that in this research group and called ACI. And so I want to take image from container registry. So that's the source of my image. That's my registry, AZ hack. Can image hello world, and the tag is latest. Let's click next. I'm going to keep it public. And the port I'm going to use is going to be 80. Advanced, yeah, I'm fine here. And let's say create. Before I quickly create, let me configure listener here. All right, and let's say create. Create again. Come on. And now we are starting the creation. So it takes a few seconds, I mean 30 seconds around that. So let's be patient. And it should give me a shell. If everything will be fine, it should give me a shell to container instance. Hopefully it will. At the same time, for regular users, for application users, for consumers, that should be like a regular application. Should be. It will, hopefully. Oh, look at this. I have a shell. And let's try to check ID, host name. That's you can see that it's a different name. So this time that's the name of, from the cloud service. At the same time, I have full access to this container instance. At the same time, let me go to container instance as the user. I mean, as an administrator here and try to check if this application is working. Yeah, look at this. So for everyone, it's just a regular application. If you try to go to this address, it will be the same. It will work. By the way, you'll be fine. Also, you will not be compromised. But look at this. For me, as an attacker, I have access to this underlying container. To be fair, container instance is quite limited. Usually, we use that for like test applications. We don't have anything else here. It's not very useful to compromise container instance, but my goal was to show you that's possible, and it's working in the cloud. Now, from here, I want to jump back to my portal, and now I want to compromise container Kubernetes, AKS. Let me go back to AKS and just want to quickly remind you that I have Kubernetes services with this fancy name, that API server. And I have there already deployed another application for voting. So let's start to play with container with Kubernetes. So for this purpose, I'm going to go to another workstation. And let me deploy application. I can deploy application. Yeah, that's the right one. I can deploy application using kubectl, but because we work in Azure, I can just use here interface. So that's going to be a bit more convenient. Before this, let me configure listener. Now let's say add. Now let's cross my fingers. Both of them. If I will be lucky, I'm going to get a shell. Yeah, look at this. I have a shell. Let me first check IP address. Let's say, who am I? Oh, sorry. Who am I? Whois.com. It's definitely Microsoft, MSFT. So that belongs to Microsoft. All right, so let's start to play. First of all, what I want to do, I want to add path variables. Not really sure it's working, so let me try again. Now, next step, I want to install tool I'm going to use for my next execution. This tool called curl. Because of course, when you have access to browser, you may try to work with browser, but I don't, so I'm going to use curl. Anyway, this tool is super useful, and anyway, even if you have browser. So I'm installing curl real quick. Also, keep in mind this shell I have now may not be very visual, so sometimes it may just not show me that the operation was finished. So I guess that was finished. Yeah, done. So it says done. Next one, I want to take token. So each container has access to token. That will be stored in container. This token is used to mount storage. And so if I check here, so here is token. What I want to do next, I want to export this token. And so let me just do it real quick. So that's, let me copy that token. I think I already have this. Oh, that's a different token, sorry. That's not the same token I had before, so let me copy that. And let's say I want to export token. Copy this. Shouldn't work, so let's try again. Now I export token. And so what I can try to do, I can try to connect to Kubernetes services with this token. Let's try to connect to API server. And look at this. I can list all of the APIs with this token. So let me scroll all the way down, all the way up. So I can see what do we have here? API resource list, bindings, component status, config maps, endpoints, events. So all of those APIs I have on Kubernetes, I can list from here. I can see what operations are available. So I can see some information about that. Can I move further? So let's say let me try to check pods, my you might think about like containers. And no, with this one, I cannot do it. So failure. This is forbidden. So this token I had on the container does not allow me to look inside of the API. So I can just list them, but I'm not go any further. All right, so API cluster, I cannot test cluster anymore with this token, but maybe, just maybe, I can find a way to test other containers. So from here, let's try that. Let me quickly show you. Oh, let me first install a tool I need to use soon. I need to use soon. Let's say yes here. And let me go back to portal. So let me refresh. Now I have two applications. So my hello world, by the way, hello world, if I check, let me copy this. Yeah, that's working this time on Kubernetes. So now I have two applications. Hello world, which is Trojanized, and Azure Voting Up. And so what I want to do from this hello world, I want to try to test and connect to one of those pods, maybe to backend or front end. Maybe backend will be more interesting because there's a database there, backend. So what I need to do, I want to know the IP address, private IP address of this backend. And how can I find that? Usually, of course, I can pin the whole network. I can scan the whole network and find out this IP address. For the sake of time, I will not do it, of course, here, because it takes a while to find it out. I'm gonna use that. So and I'm gonna use a tool called Nmap. So that's very popular security scanner to test this server. So let me use that IP address 10.0.21.183 101 183. And now let's say I want to check that. Damn it. Again. All right, one mistake and it doesn't work anymore. Pretty bad. So that I've missed a space between this one. Now it doesn't work. So what I need to do here in this case, let's break the shell. And there are some few ways how can we solve this problem. So the most simple one will be just redeploy the container. But when periodically this one restarting, so when company restarts the container or the service, so that I'll get this shell again. Usually when we get the shell, we also want to achieve the persistence before we start to do anything. But of course here, for the sake of time, I didn't do it. I didn't configure any persistence. So let me just wait before this container will be terminated. And I'm going to just deploy that again. So because of this silly mistake, I have to do it again. So let's click refresh. Come on, kill it. And so soon I'm going to do it again. Let's go refresh. Oh, yeah. So let's do it. Let's click copy. Click add. Add here. And fingers crossed. Yeah, I have a shell again. So let's repeat the process. I'm going to add variables. Just in case, let me check the token is the same. So it looks like the same. So also let's install curl. Token look the same, yeah. But I don't think I have it copied. So let's wait before it will. It's going down. So I need to wait before it's finished the installation. Certificates. I'm close here. All right. So let me try to get this token again. Copy this. Let's say export. All right, so now let's try again. Let me install Nmap. I don't need to scan APIs for APIs because I already did that. So let me install Nmap real quick. And so soon you will see the result. So in parallel, let me say I want to know about Nmap scan. So let me put the proper IP address 3. So now it should be fine. Should be fine. By the way, if you have any questions, you may already start to type them because we have 8 minutes away. I'm going to finish the scan. And also, by the way, we'll ask you for help. We'll tell you about vulnerability assessment and then handle your questions. So come on, Nmap. Have you finished? Let's check that. Yeah, it's finished. Now, fingers crossed. Yeah. So look at this. I can see that port 8379 is open. So what this port is all about? This port is Redis. So let me now install Redis tools. And now with this Redis tools, let's connect to this server. So let's say I want to connect to appropriate server with this Redis tools. Do you want to continue? Yes, I want. It should be pretty quick. So not that bad like Nmap. And let's check. Yeah, it was installed. And let's connect. And let's say info. And look at this. I'm here in Redis environment. Now I can play a bit with my with Redis commands. So let's say keys. I can see dogs and cats. That's what I have in my Redis database. So let's say get cats empty 0. Let's say get dogs 0. So now what I want to do, let me go to this app. Let's say vote for cats. And let's say get cats again. And it's 1 now. Now I can see the database and what's inside of this database. Let me type one last command, and let's check, by the way, if we have anyone here. Can you please, dear TV watchers, can you please go to this IP address and vote? Just do something. I'm going to see if I'm talking to myself or that is the session where I have anyone. So this address. There are two things may happen. Can you identify that? Oh, thank you. I know that I'm not the only one here. So this one, I can even copy that and paste to the chat. I think you should see that. Hey, thank you that you are here. So now you can make some noise. You just need to vote for cats or dogs, whatever it may be. I don't really care what if it be cats or dogs. Go ahead. All right, let me just in case copy, let me help you. And let's say dogs. And look at this. So I can see the operations. Oh, yeah, thank you. That's not, oh, whoa. Thank you. I can see I have people here. Wow, I'm not the only one. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. So I can see here, I can see what's going on in database, even in a real time. So thanks for your help. And now I can see that. Thank you again. Now, so let me jump back to slides, and here you can see the full path to this attack. So if container registry was not configured properly, that's what may be the result. We have 4 more minutes, and I'm gonna talk about quickly about mitigations. And if you have any questions, let me know. I'm gonna monitor the chat. I don't see them at this moment. And so, first of all, what can we do with those push and pull images? Use principle of least privileges. That's super important. Don't give permissions to pull and push if they don't need to have those permissions. That's super important. Private links, that's also what you may use to avoid public connectivity to container registry. And also what you can do, you may whitelist public IP addresses, and only those addresses will be able to pull and push. If you want to avoid token tokens stall, in this case, what you may do, you may use separate workstations for administrators, and also use token policy, because token policy may revoke tokens based on the time, so may expire tokens. Now, image poisoning, we can configure content trust. So our registry will trust only to signed images by our company. And finally, we can enable vulnerability assessment. That will not, to be fair, find a Trojan, but that will find images that are in general vulnerable. And from here, I want to jump back, and I promise you to tell about vulnerability assessment. So in Azure, we have built-in vulnerability assessment tool service called Azure Defender as a part of Security Center. If I go to Azure Defender, look at this, container image scanning and one unprotected. All right, let me click here. And it says powered by Qualys, so that's a company that like quite well known in VA, like quite well known VA solution. And look at this, it says, hey, you are using quite old image, and there are a number of vulnerabilities in that image as well. So the more vulnerabilities you have, the more chances to be compromised. So I can see here now the vulnerabilities. Of course, if you don't want to use Azure Defender and you want to use something universal, there are some special tools for Kubernetes, but that's like that very universal. Maybe work on premise, maybe use on premises or in the cloud. Some of them are free, but this one is built into the cloud. So, and you don't need to use them manually. So it will be just when you push that, it will be part of your DevOps process. All right, so let me jump back to demo. Next one, installation tool in containers, avoid root permissions. And if you wanna block this jump from one container to another, what you may also do, you may add what's called Azure network policies. So network policies may tell which container may connect to which pod may connect to which pod. So you may create like different layers, and screen them from each other. All right, so now we have 1 minute. I still don't see any questions, but at least I know you helped me a lot. Thank you very much. So what I want to say here, thank you very much for your participation. I hope that was informative, and you found some ways to not only pen test containers, maybe it's not your goal, but if you want to protect your containers, your images, maybe you found some ideas what you may fix, like maybe you should revoke tokens, or configure permissions to container registry properly, scan your images, maybe enable vulnerability assessment. So that's a number of things you may try to do, and like that demo should give you many new ideas. So thank you very much for your participation, and please enjoy the conference, and I'm gonna finish my session. If you want to contact me and ask something later on, you know how to find me on LinkedIn. I provide my username, and so let me just do it again, just in case. And so, or you may just use my name to find me. You may ask questions there as well. So thank you very much, and see you next Sunday, and enjoy the conference.
Techoholic was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techoholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and global communities. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techoholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techoholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techoholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired.
Hello, am I audible? Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Devbrata, and here is my session on a new paradigm of resiliency testing, cloud native chaos engine. So today, agenda, what we will discuss is on what is system resilience and what is cloud native chaos engineering, why do we need it, and I'll also display a demo of chaos engineering with chaos mess, and we'll go through the key features of chaos mess, which helps it to do the chaos engineering testing on Kubernetes infrastructure, and some examples of how chaos injection or fault injection works in a real-time scenario, and where the feature leads in chaos. Given the complexity of systems that we work on today, the systems, the microservices architecture with complex distributed file systems. These systems are very complex with a large number of dependencies. So incidents are bound to occur, and incidents can happen anywhere. So these are two of the examples that I have cited. One was the AWS service event that took place in the Sydney region, which resulted in the loss of EC2 instances. The service disruption resulted in the downtime of EC2 instances and the EBS associated EBS volume. And what was the reason of it was an actual calamity in which the power redundancy didn't work as desired. So AWS, being the largest cloud provider, wasn't prepared for this kind of scenario, and which resulted in a very uh, uh, loss of business for AWS as well as its customers. And another incident that occurred in 2018 was with GitHub. There was a failure in a network partition that the failure resulted for only 43 seconds, but the disruption that occurred that followed resulted for 24 hours, and the service to come back to normalcy took around 24 hours. And it was a very the incident was a mayday for many of the users that use GitHub for the uh, live version control system. So see, these kind of incidents are never anticipated. In the functional testing that we all work, be it the unit testing, be it the integration testing or ETO testing, these kind of incidents cannot be anticipated beforehand. And given the lot of dependencies, as I said, in the complex microservices architecture we use, this kind of incidents are bound to occur every day, and it all depends on how much we are prepared and how much resilience our system is. As I said, for software developers or software programmers like us, it's very difficult in this kinds of situation. When some kind of disruption occurs, it's very difficult for us to go to the reason and find the fault, and again get the system working. So now, when this kind of incidents are occurring regularly, there is some term that is coming up that is hot in market as the resilient systems. What is resiliency, and why do we need it? So yeah, resilience is the ability of a system to fail gracefully in the face of and eventually recover from disruptive events. So in cloud technologies, and when a system is running on cloud, uh, incidents, obviously it will occur. There will be problems, but how early you recover from the problem, how early you are able to provide services after one of the incident occur is very important for the businesses and for the revenues that is associated with the businesses. And to understand if your system works definitely, or your system is running well, or your system is truly resilient, it is best to measure and understand the resiliency of the system, of the entire system in the environment where it will run. So what this line tries to say, or what this line conveys, is you need to test your system in the real world scenario, in the production environment itself, to understand. So you see, the system will run in production. So how do we test it in production? So this is a very interesting topic that I will cover with. This is where chaos engineering lies, and we test it in production. We inject fault, or we kind of replicate a scenario or an incident that is bound to occur in a real life or day-to-day workflow of the system. So why again, in these two slides, previous slides where we discussed about the incidents and the topic about resiliency. Now it comes up why resiliency testing is important, or no, we discussed about it. The most important metric to track in the cloud is the time to recovery. How much time you are up, and the negligent downtime period could be ignored. But yeah, if it affects you for minutes or hours, then that is quite, that might cause havoc for a developer or programmer behind the systems. Also, if a component of your whole system or your whole complex architecture is not able to survive this momentary outrage, it's a defect. It's a defect in the system, or it's a defect in the architecture that needs to be addressed. Or you could say this defect, no, this is not something that is breaking your code, or is not something that is breaking the integrity of your code that falls under the functional testing, but it is something that is not able to make your system scalable, or is making your system vulnerable. So this kind of momentary outages can be identified by resiliency testing. Also, incidents happen every day. As I said, first slide I started with, incidents occur every day, much more often than any software bugs, or that is what we are acquainted with as programmers. Finding bugs through functional testing and making it all right and putting it intact with all the testing mechanisms that is available for us. But this kind of incidents, identifying this kind of incidents is difficult. You can't anticipate if an incident is occur, but you can anticipate the disruptions that could be followed if a particular incident is occurring. So that is what resilience testing will give us, and that's why resilience testing is important for us. So how do we do it? You discussed resiliency testing was a term which we discussed in the last 3 slides. But how do you check your system resilience? How? So this is the mechanism of chaos engineering, and it all started with Netflix inventing Chaos Monkey, which injects various types of faults to the infrastructure and business systems. And these faults, after you observe the way your system is affecting, to this faults, or how your system is responding to this fault, it is easier for you to identify some vulnerabilities and address them and improve your resiliency. And this is how chaos engineering began, and the first thing that came up was Chaos Monkey by Netflix. Yeah, so now let's see what is the definition, what definitely we mean by chaos engineering. So chaos engineering is a set of practices of subjecting a system to real world failures and dependency disruptions it will face in production. So as I said, disruptions are important because it will let you know how much time it will take your system to recover, and subjecting real world failure as well as tracking the real world failure. Subjecting this real world failures in a controlled manner is what is important, because we will be doing it in the production environment, and anything that goes here and there will cause a system to stop. So yeah, we not only inject your system with an calculated fault, but also measure the dependency disruption, observe it through various mechanisms of observability dashboard, which we will see in our demo. So this is what is the definition of chaos engineering, and this is what chaos engineering means in real time. So okay. There are various types of chaos engineering. There are various types of tools in which you could satisfy the definition of chaos engineering by injecting real-time faults and observing them. But what we will be talking about in this session is about cloud native chaos engineering. And why is it so? Because when I started, I said the systems that we are using are microservices architecture, the latest systems, and the latest system that we use, or the latest software technology applications that we are using, are kind of following cloud native architecture and are using tools and applications that are readily available under the cloud native ecosystem. So if we consider, if we are trying to develop something that is in the recent technology, or that will cater to the needs of the technology that is developed recently, we need to focus on cloud native chaos engineering, because that is where the whole system is developed, or that is where the whole crowd is at present. The whole software crowd is presently focusing. Also, there are various benefits that comes intrinsically with this kind of scenario, because chaos engineering is all about testing, and in testing what we need is an diversities of users who will come up with their scenarios of testing. And for that to happen, you need to have a vibrant community, and the ecosystem, cloud native ecosystem being open source, you have a diversified set of people working in different tech stacks and coming up with their use cases, and that helps us to understand various scenarios and develop various types of testing readily. Also, it being open source, open source Apache to licensing has built innovation. As I said, a lot of people are working around it. A vibrant community is behind the development. So you don't, you don't feel a lack of people or lack of development. Also, you have, a lot of people coming up and contributing to your system makes it more scalable, and it's your system could be used at many instances, or many scenarios could be built around your framework. Also, since, as I said, it's based on cloud native ecosystem, how could we forget about Kubernetes, or the functionalities that's around Kubernetes could be used in this framework. And if you know about Kubernetes or the CRDs, you could manage, build, and observe chaos. And we will see how this CRD or the chaos object is part of has been derived from the Kubernetes functionalities of CRDs and daemons and controller managers. All these all concepts are based on Kubernetes. So if you know Kubernetes, if you know the orchestration system, if you know how to use it, you don't need to learn any other programming languages, or you don't need to be proficient with any other tech stack to use this framework. Also, plugin infrastructure, as I said, being a part of this cloud native ecosystem, you come with an additional advantage of being compatible with all framework that is available within the ecosystem, and it's very easy for developers to integrate this testing framework, or integrate this framework with their day-to-day usage, or with the system in which they are using. Yeah, as we discussed, there are a lot of a lot of tools or a lot of applications through which you could inject this chaos testing, and you could see that these are various open source tools that is available, starting with Chaos Mesh and Litmus Chaos, which are part of CNCF, which are CNCF sandbox projects, and CNCF promotes use of these things. And also there are products, or there are applications from Alibaba and Bloomberg, like Powerful Seal and Chaos Blade, which are very uh, you know. As you could say, which are very popular in the market, and you could use them as these are open source. You could readily use them, and you could contribute to the development also. Myself being involved with Chaos Mesh, like I was a foundation mentee with Chaos Mesh, so I am pretty much acquainted with the tech stack that Chaos Mesh uses, and how the backend functionality of Chaos Mesh works. So I could much well deep dive into how chaos testing works in Chaos Mesh. Yeah, and let's see what is Chaos Mesh, a tool that helps in chaos engineering. So basically, Chaos Mesh is a cloud-native chaos engineering platform with powerful chaos toolkits and a friendly interface to use and program. So these three highlighted words, cloud native chaos engineering, powerful chaos toolkits, and friendly interface, these are the pretty much important features of Chaos Mesh, and also are the designing goals of Chaos Mesh to achieve. These align with the designing principles of how Chaos Mesh has been developed. And with the first one, the cloud native chaos engineering, that is very important, as I discussed in the previous slides about cloud native chaos engineering, how it comes up uh, with various functionalities to be used in Kubernetes or this orchestration tool. So Chaos Mesh also works in the similar manner. You could inject chaos either in pod wise or container wise. It is well defined under the Kubernetes architecture, and you could inject the chaos in your pods, in your containers. Also, this cloud native architecture helps us to integration very much easy. The integration of this architecture is quite easy using the Kubernetes functionality, like the kubelet, or the client side applications provided by Kubernetes. And about powerful chaos toolkits and friendly interface, we'll discuss in the later slides. So yeah, this is what I was talking about when I was saying about friendly interface. This there is a dashboard, the Chaos Mesh dashboard, that is readily available for you to work on. Where if you could see this thing, there is something called workflow and new experiment. So you could define your chaos scenario using this Chaos Mesh dashboard itself. You don't have to go and write your CRDs in the beginning, or if you just want to try out how Chaos Mesh works, so you could design the entire scenario using this dashboard. And you could see these are the these dashboards show you the experiments and the state of experiments and the recent injections, or the recent workflow that has occurred, that will be displayed here. If you we provide you in Chaos Mesh, we provide you with some of the predefined CRDs, like stress chaos, pod chaos, input IO chaos, and such kind of CRDs are readily available, and you could directly use them to create your own scenario and a workflow for your system, and you could monitor the whole functionality, and you could stop, pause, and you could start the scenario again and again using this dashboard without getting involved with the kubectl part of it. You just take help of this dashboard, and the things are done. This dashboard is your end-to-end place of starting your chaos and observing, and everything could be done in this dashboard itself. Then the most important part, the chaos object part. This is very interesting. This part also uh, is this is the very starting point of chaos mess, and this is a very important feature of chaos mess as this follows the CRDs. And here are various things that we will discuss. That is very important to demarcate the domain of the chaos, or you could say the boundary of the chaos, which is very important. With the selectors and label selectors, we define the boundary of the chaos, or you could say the blast radius. This is the jargon we use in chaos engineering. The blast radius will define in the production environment which part of the production environment will be affected by our testing, and this is done using the selector and label selectors with the app name called HTTPD. Let's start from the beginning. We use this API version v1 alpha 1, and this is the kind of the chaos which we are going to inject. This is the pod chaos, and in this spec we define the action, we define the mode, and the duration. And the scheduler also. This scheduler, what is the function of the scheduler is it repeats this experiment every 2 minutes, and the fault injection works for every 60 seconds. And then our dashboard will show you how this fault injection works, and the observation, how your system went down, how your system went up. So that's a very interesting thing to observe. We will see in the demo part. But yeah, this is the chaos object that you define in the CRD. If you are a fan of YAMLs, if you are into a lot of YAMLs, you could make your own CRDs like this. And a scenario. This is where we create a scenario and we select the part of the container we want to affect with. So you could do this kind of experiments. You could play around with this YAML files and make your own CRDs and inject chaos. So yeah, this is one of the important part which I wanted to discuss as part of the chaos mess toolkit. So yeah, when we said about toolkits, so these are the toolkits which I considered about the pod chaos, the network chaos, the IO chaos, time chaos, stress chaos, which is very important. Working with stress chaos was very much fun for me because it just makes your system run out of memory. Suddenly the CPU, the consumption of CPU will increase, and that is a kind of fault injection it does. And it's very interesting to observe this chaos, or you could say it's very interesting to break systems using this stress chaos. Also, we have AWS and GCP chaos, which works very well with the cloud providers like AWS and GCP also under this CRDs. Also, when we talk about container technologies, or when we say about something we are trying to build around container technology, security is a very important factor that is taken care of. And we in the version 2.0 of Chaos Mesh, we released this token authorization based on RBAC. So every time you need to access Kubernetes dashboard, or you need to access Chaos Mesh dashboard itself, you need to generate a token using token.sh, and you need to paste this here. And this is how the security part is maintained in Chaos Mesh. And yeah, the most important part. We talked about the designing principles, the three important features we have. Now, how do it work? How does this whole things work from the user point of view? So from the user point of view, you have this dashboard, the Chaos dashboard, where you create the scenario, or you yourself create an YAML file, CRD file, and you use kubectl apply to interact with Kubernetes API user, which in turn will interact with Chaos Controller Manager, which is very important part of Chaos Mesh. So the Chaos Controller Manager has a very important task of scheduling and controlling components. Like it schedule the time of your chaos, how much time the chaos will run. It will schedule when will this chaos experiment is going to get over, and then it will create an chaos daemon. And this chaos daemon in turn will help in which reach out to container runtime and get the PIDs. So these PIDs indicate to the namespaces, the definite namespaces of the container. Like if it's a network chaos, we will this PID will indicate to the network namespace, and this a process will enter and inject the chaos in the particular namespace, and fault injection works like the system. So again, I want to go through it. You start with Kubernetes API server. The API server will update, it either create, update, or delete event in the Chaos Control Manager. And the Chaos Controller Manager will create a chaos daemon, which will inject chaos in your container by identifying the namespace which you are trying to indicate into. And this pods, the chaos experiments runs in the pod. Also, if it's IO chaos or some chaos like that, chaos controller manager will inject a sidecar, and the sidecar will run the experiment in your container itself and will show you the results. And sometimes it affects it's required to affect systems for IO chaos, input output chaos, and work similar to that. So yeah, this is how we inject chaos into your containers and identify which is more important. Since it's running live, the system is running live, so we identify the part. And also, when we try to identify, we don't definitely identify a particular namespace, or we don't definitely target a particular PID. Rather than that, there is a set of PIDs that will come up. The set of PIDs of suppose I am saying about network chaos. There is a set of PIDs identifying to which is relating to network namespace would be collected, and then we will randomize the experiment in that particular namespace. We randomize in between a pod, not outside a pod. Either it is pod wise or container wise. So the experiment is randomized and the randomization of the experiments is rest particular pod or container itself. So this is how the architecture is defined about chaos mesh. Now let's see the demo. This is very interesting, part of chaos mesh. So I will be using the Katacoda scenario of chaos mesh. I want every one of you to go, like this interactive tutorial is very intuitive, and it's very very fun to play with. So I have already accessed the Kubernetes dashboard created. Okay, the token. Yes. Yeah, I have already accessed the token, and yeah. So this is working. Now let's create the namespace of chaos mesh. We install it using Helm, and there's the Helm chart, the chart repository related to chaos mesh. Let's install it and see the deployments, the pod services, and all that. So before that, there is a brief description about Chaos Controller Manager, which we talked about. Is used to schedule and manage the life cycle of chaos experiments. And this misnomer regarding that, this is all based on the operator pattern of Kubernetes, and you could read about it in this Katacoda scenario itself, and also the chaos daemon, which we talked about, which is created by this controller manager. So these are the pods. We will see once we get the yeah, see. So yeah, here you could see the chaos daemon pod. So it is what we are talking about. The daemon sets have a privileged system permission to access each node's network C groups and all the resources, and these are accessed based on your experiments. So when we talked about getting PIDs and accessing the containers, that is done by the pod, that is done by the chaos daemon. And yeah, our chaos daemon is running, and our services are running. You could see the cluster IPs, and yeah, everything is up to date and it's running. So let's continue our experiment. Yeah. So now, as we talked about the intuitive dashboard, chaos dashboard needs a port to operate. So now we will, declare this port, this specific node port for chaos mesh. Yeah, we have declared it, the service chaos mesh, chaos dashboard patch. Now let's check if it's yeah. Okay, so the token I have already generated. Let's name it stem, and this token is submitted. Yeah, you could see. So this is the dashboard which I was talking about. This is the dashboard that will show you about live experiments, schedules of the experiments, and the workflow of the experiments that will be running up. And once we start, these are now empty, and these all things will fill up, and we will see how this dashboard works. Now let's go and start with an experiment. Okay. let's start. Okay, so these are all the predefined experiments, killing pod life cycle, pod kills. These are the description of the experiments you could play around in this category scenario. So we will start with a very basic experiment. The basic experiment is, the network delay experiment, which is considered to be the hello world of chaos mess. So yeah, we have the deployment and service YAMLs are already provided, and the application needs an environment variable. As I said, we need to create an environment, the real-time environment, to inject this chaos. So the environment variable here is the target IP. As it's a network delay experiment, so we will be looking after the cluster IP, the target cluster IP, and we'll provide a config map. The config map variable is referenced in the deployment YAML, and this is how we create the config map in Kubernetes. It's a kubectl command. So yeah, as you could see, the config map webso context is created. So the app we are using here is the webso, and the deployment, the webso.deployment YAML is created. The service, yes. So we have created the deployment and the services, and let's see how it is functioning. Oh, yeah, so you could say the pod is there, the deployment is there, and the required services are ready. So you could see as I am running all these commands, you could see how convenient it is for how convenient is it for you to define the pods, to define the deployments, and define the services, because it is all predefined. So you just need to come up with the CLI commands, like the kubectl apply commands, and the work is done. But if you are trying to use a custom CRD, then also it is easy. You just need to make this YAML files, like the webshow deployment.yaml, which is already predefined here. You need to make this YAML file as we discussed in the CRDs in the presentation, and then you could go on with these commands. You could create the config map, defining the target IP, and then apply for the deployments and services, and the system just start running itself. So yeah, so this is the webso app, which we defined. So yeah, as you could see, the latency is now under sub 1 millisecond, and this is the live interaction that we are seeing here. Now, as we will start with the experiment, you could see you will be able to see how this affects our latency. The latency of sub 1 milliseconds will be affected once we start with the chaos experiment. So yeah, as I said, there are predefined CRDs that is available. So you could see these are the CRDs that are already available under chaos mess, and you could directly go and kubectl apply the CRDs, and the CRDs will your chaos experiment will start working. So let's see the CRD that we are going to work with. Yeah. So this is the network delay CRD that I am going to work with. As you could say, the V1 Alpha 1 API version. The metadata, it's the web. So network delay, as you could say, label under the selector, we have defined the app to be webso, and the latency, the delay latency, which we have given is a 10 millisecond. So now the network latency was under 1 millisecond. Now it will go the network latency will reach around 10 millisecond. So let's get the deployments. Yeah, so it's running, as you could say, it's running, it's available. And now let's go and apply. Yeah, so as you see the control plan. Yeah, so we have applied the experiment of a network delay, and it has started to run. And now let's see. Yeah, so the web show network delay chaos is running. And if you go to this app, you could see, yeah, so now you could see the experiment is already running from sub 1 millisecond to now we are getting the latencies in the range of 10 milliseconds. Yeah, so you could see how easy it was for me to just run few kubectl commands to achieve this chaos experiment. And once we go to the dashboard, must be, yeah, so you could see the experiment status, it is running here, and the events. the events that followed up during this disruption is showing up. The web. So network delay, the records of resources, desired phase of resources, and finalize. Like since we have achieved the desired phase from the phase that we were initially being there, and now if we go and see it here, yeah. So you could see the experiment is running. And this is the definition of the experiment, the CRD definition that we are trying to run in the experiments. And yeah, as I said, you could use this dashboard to control your experiment. So it's since it's running, I could go and pause this experiment. You could say, yeah, I paused it. It's paused. Now let's see if it's really paused or not. Yeah, you could see it's paused, and the latency has again reduced. And if I go and again start right here this network delay experiment, yeah, it's showing it started successfully, and you could see, yes, again it has come up under this 10 millisecond latency. So yeah, so this experiment, this dashboard using experiments, and it's very easy for you to maintain, to understand and observe how your system is running, or how your system is getting affected by the chaos experiment that you just started. Uh, and this is what I wanted to show as part of this webshop application. And you could also update, as I said, the network delay experiment could be updated. You could pause it. Okay. Yeah, okay. So I have already paused it. So yeah, it's not working. So also, and this network kiosk, since it's like any other Kubernetes resources, so you could easily just go on and uh, use this kubectl delete option, and your experiment is deleted. So with chaos experiments, doing breaking system in live production environment, it's very important to to get your system out of this scenario, or recover your system out of this scenario. So with Kubernetes resources, since we are using chaos objects, we could just use single line of command kubectl delete f network delay experiment.yaml. So the CRD is deleted, and no, the system stops. The experiment stops with this command. And as you could see, the dashboard also won't show any experiments. Yeah, you could see the experiment scenario is 0. So this is very convenient for anyone, in this with this chaos engineering, the chaos mesh dashboard, or any chaos engineering tool you use, with this kind of observation tools and experimental status that you could observe. It's very easy for you to understand how the system is working, and how you need to control your system, or you could identify where the fault is happening using this whole dashboard. So there are a lot of things that could be played along with, given the time constraint, and with the kind of usage I have done. I am restricting myself to this, just the basic network chaos. But you could obviously go along and play with a lot of chaos experiments. Like we are only on the step 5. There are a lot of steps, like define a scheduled experiment, and pod removal experiment. So you could go and try all these experiments on your own, as it's an interactive tutorial, and play around with it. And it's always fun to break system in a controlled environment. So yeah, I guess that's it for me. So thank you from my side. Yeah, any questions? If I could see the questions, then that would be interesting. So I guess we don't have any questions from the audience. Okay, cool. So in that case, we might just end the session. Uh,
Techaholic was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and the global communities. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic.
Hi everyone. So I'm glad to be part of the virtual conference from PDC, which is the PowerShell DevOps Cloud Conference, and I am happy to uh, propose one of the topic for this event, which is specifically driven on the DevOps side. So the topic that I'll be speaking upon is simplifying deployment pipelines using HashiCorp Waypoint tool. So let me share my screen and I can start the topic. Okay, so here is the topic, which is simplifying deployment pipelines from build to release using HashiCorp Waypoint. Um, a bit about myself. I'm working as a senior DevOps engineer with SAP Labs India. I'm a speaker in the open source summit conferences from Linux Foundation, and I have given multiple talks in Hashi Talks as well as in the DevOps India Summit. I have been a community member and speaker in the Docker Bangalore, which is the part of the Collabnix group, and the CNCF Data Management User Group, and the CNCF Camp Cloud Native. When I'm not speaking or not interacting with the community, I do scribe and write uh, blogs around the PaaS, Cloud Native, and serverless technologies. And when I'm not doing any work, I'll love to travel, and I'm a big foodie. So let's see the agenda for today. So what I'm going to dive down is basically understanding or explaining about the current developer lifecycle, the challenges which is involved with this current developer lifecycle that we get adjusted to, how Waypoint as a tool simplifies the overall deployment pipeline, and understanding how Waypoint can be useful to drive different use cases from the developer perspective, and and a demo around how we can use the tool effectively. So when we think about the developer lifecycle, it all boils down into these 7 steps that starts from coding, testing, building, deploying, release, operation, and then measure. So what has been seen that if we look at all these 7 phases, towards the left, which is on the coding and on the testing, and towards the right, which is more about operating and measure, the tools that we are using in these phases are quite standardized. By standard is what I mean that these tools are being adopted uh, both at the community level and also being used heavily at the enterprise level. So for example, for the coding part, mostly we choose either Visual Studio, or we can use GitHub to store our code, the source code in the repository, in the remote repository. For testing, we can binge upon on Circle CI, or we can use Selenium testing. And when we think about how we can operate on the builds that we deploy, we can think about if it is kind of a VM provisioning, we can use Terraform to do infrastructure as a code automation on top of it, or we can use Kubernetes if it is more about managing the containerized workloads. For measuring is all about observability, that includes the logging, monitoring part of managing your applications, which can include using tools such as Datadog, Splunk, Grafana, etc. Now, the challenges come in these 3 different phases, which is the build, deploy, release. So this is very critical because this part actually lets you to create the application artifact, which is basically the deployable artifact for the to be deployed on the platform. But if you see on a longer way, this build, deploy, and release phases are quite interspread among one another. There are a lot of tools that can come in these 3 different phases, while no proper standard has been defined. Also, we see a fragmented way of using on this specific deployment phase. So we can, like for example, for the automation part, we can either go with Ansible, or we can go with Terraform based on like what kind of use case we are driving, whether it's kind of like building an infrastructure or deploying an application. Also, there are multiple plugins that can integrate with your product on this particular phase. And on the release cycle, it is more about uh, publishing the artifact as a deployable instance or a services that can be accessible, which again can be done in different ways. So if we correlate something like this, we can understand, for example, if we think about more from the VM side provisioning, so we can have the option of using Packer as one of the tool for building the images, right? And then also, if we now look into more about the containerized side on the build side, then we can have either Docker, or let's say we can have the cloud native components such as build pack, which can basically help you to deploy or create a artifact out of your source images. Also, similarly, if you think about more on the serverless side, then you can use the Docker as well in that aspect to basically create the build artifact, or you can go with Google Cloud Run to create a serverless scenario for the same. Now, on the deployment side, when we think about then on the VM side, or let's say if it is an EC2 instance or it's an Azure instance, then you can think about using tools such as Terraform tool. Like you can use technologies such as Terraform to basically create your infrastructure. Also, at the same time, you can use tools that can work with Terraform, like a kind of a custom build scripts that can work together with it. Similarly, in the case of containerized world, you can think about doing the same using Kubernetes as the main orchestration, or if it's simply managing a small scale of clusters, you can think about using Docker Swarm. Similarly, for the serverless side, you can think about using Cloud Run as one of the serverless side to basically do the deployment. Similarly, on the release side as well, if you think about, then you can think about using or publishing directly or building it on the EC2 instances and providing a load balancer IP configuration that can basically access that instance directly outside the public URL. From the Kubernetes side, for your containerized workloads, you can basically use kind of a load balancer type service which you can inbuilt within your cluster. Similarly, the serverless service can use similar sort of Kubernetes based deployment again on Google Cloud Run together with GK to drive the purpose. So if we see, at the end of the day, we are actually doing the same kind of work, whether we in terms of these three different phases, whether it's build, deploy, release, but there are quite a bit fragmented approach in driving this specific requirement. There's no common standard, and that becomes a problem, which are the concerns that raised by the developer. The problem is not how the applications can be deployed, but how this fragmented way of taking a build from the coding, once it has been built from this source code, and then it is taken and to be deployed, can be generalized. Secondly, as a developer, I don't want to understand that how my uh, application has to be deployed, right? So what I want, that my application simply needs to be deployed. I don't know what is the underlying platform that would support or help in support in basically deploying the application. I don't want to go into the nitty gritty on the infrastructure side. Manageability and control without infrastructure over it. So most of the cases, if you see about around using these tools, you need to basically have some hands-on understanding around the infrastructure side, or maybe you need support from the infra person or the DevOps person to help you in basically deploying the application. I mean, if there is an issue, you have to go and think about what is the best way that you can solve it. Developers want a better interface to build a cloud native CI/CD pipelines. Now, when we are basically approaching to build a complete CI/CD approach or CI/CD environment, then we are not basically bothering about that how we would be basically building this complete pipeline, right? So we just want that there should be a simple tool that can abstract away the complexities that is involved in taking a code from the from your source code repository right to the build and to the testing and to the deploy and to release and then to operate. I mean, these phases can be abstracted if it is required. So something what it is needed. So looking into this developer challenges is what Waypoint tries to solve in this context. So Waypoint is an open source tool which was released last year around in the October 2020 by HashiCorp as a developer friendly tool that helps in creating a consistent workflow to build, deploy, and release your application across any platform. The entire workflow is driven using a single configuration file, which is again because it's HashiCorp managed, so it has to be a HashiCorp or HCL like HashiCorp language driven configuration. So it's a file which is called as a waypoint.hcl, and simply just like for any other HashiCorp based tools where we do a simple up command, whether it's a vagrant up or anything we do. Similarly, here in this case, you will be doing a waypoint up. So what it's trying to do is basically it's trying to bridge the complexities that involves during this build, deploy, and release part by seamlessly abstracting away it into a simple workflow that can be completely driven from a single tool. So you have the developer, the source code, and the waypoint manifest. Together with that, you basically run the waypoint up, and it takes and gets deployed in the targeted platform, which can be your Kubernetes, it can be an EC2 instance, it can be in serverless media, anything. So let's understand a bit about the waypoint. Waypoint is all about understanding the configuration file. One common configuration file that contains all the information that is needed to build, deploy, and release your application. So we have to understand that waypoint is not trying to replace the standard toolings that are involved, such as the Helm or like kubectl, or customize in basically building any country's artifacts, or not even Docker as well, right? What it is trying to do, it is trying to basically use the good part of these tools to basically build a very simple workflow for the end users or the developers. So you write a simple configuration file, and that you mentioned that there would be three different phases, which would be build, deploy, and release. Build would basically where you actually create your artifact out of the source code that you would be mentioning within your project, and then you would be taking that artifact and storing it in some registry, whether it can be a Docker registry or whether it can be a locally hosted registry. And then in the next part, deploy, what it would do, it would basically publish an instance of the deployment, but not exposed to the uh, public URL. So this is more about publishing within the cluster, so that you can know that the deployment is actually working. While release is when you basically stage this particular application to be accessible via a public URL by configuring the appropriate load balancers and DNS to point to this application. So in this case, for example, we have used pack. Pack is nothing but it is the concept that comes from the cloud native build packs. Pack is the utility which basically helps in basically building the artifact, while registry is basically where we are mentioning that which registry we are going to store, or store the images. And then a deploy is basically where you would be using the target platform. In this case, it's Kubernetes, and then we are exposing it on the cluster level on port 8080. And then on the release is means where you would actually to publish that to the endpoint, which is again 8080, but it's a load balancer that is managed from your provider side. Like for example, if it is a Google Cloud environment, then it would be provided by the load balancer that is published via the GKE. Or if it is like you're using the AWS service, then you will be using ELB something. For Azure, it would be ELB anything, right? So that would basically help you to point to the external URL. So once you do the waypoint up, then the magic happens. Like all these three phases gets combined together, run into a single terminal, and you can see all the std out information that is happening, right from building to building the image, to tagging the image, to pushing the image, then deploying, and then releasing. And at the end, what you get, an URL that basically you can access and check whether the application has been published or not. And one of the important things that I'll be discussing is that not only you can just visualize this, the steps over a CLI, but you also have a UI part as well, where you can see this three stages going in sync together. What Waypoint gives are some of the developer friendly features. So the intention to bring a tool for a developer is to basically install the confidence that that if the deployment has been done, I have the enough power to check whether there are any failures that is happening in the event lifecycle or not, right? So uh, mostly in most of the tools, it would be the responsibility from the ops guy to understand and see whether there are any failures or not and correlate accordingly. But in this case, from the waypoint side, it gives it gives some of the utilities for the developers to do the same. One of the thing is waypoint logs. It basically provides a simple debugging environment that you can just simply see that what are the last 30 events that have passed while deploying the event. And also you can gather the logs that is happening across multiple environment. But just remember that this is not a complete replacement of the actual logging tool that you're using environments such as Splunk or any other thing. So you still need that tool to store the log for a persistent period of time. So this is just that it will give the events for some point of time. Next is waypoint exec. Waypoint exec is about ensuring that not only the developers see what are the events that is happening during the deployment, but he also gets the ability to go and logging into the console by providing a simple shell access. The shell access basically allows the developer to execute some remote commands if necessary. Like for example, it can be used to debug certain code across the environment, or maybe they can use to make some changes on the configuration file and all the complete information. So once you run the waypoint exec, it connects to you to the application deployment, and it basically logs you to one of the pod which is running inside your environment. Pods in the case is if it's Kubernetes, if it's a Docker, it can be container, or it can be an EC2 instance or a VM instance for the sake. So Waypoint basically helps in driving the complete CI/CD ecosystem. It's basically a developer agnostic pipeline driven tool, and also not only it basically helps in building the complete CI/CD workflow, but also allows for doing some post deploy validation, enables workload portability, and helps to understand the different metrics in terms of running in 3 different phases, which is the build, deploy, and release part. So this extensible phase is where basically you would allow your customized plugin to work with Waypoint tool, and basically it can also help to serve the required use case that it is needed. Okay, so enough of talk. So and let us quickly go and see this in action actually. So I have a GCP environment and I am running a one node cluster. Let me just show you. I've already done some prerequisites just to save time. For instance, um, okay, 1 minute. Let me just see. Okay, let me just. I think, yeah, the connection is lost. I'll just reconnect my terminal back. Logged into my project. Let me just set my zone where I have my cluster running. Let me just see whether my cluster is still running or not, the Chicane environment. Yeah, it's running. Let me see if I'm able to connect via kubectl or not. Yes, I'm able to do. So I have one node GK in cluster running in my environment. And what I'm going to do is basically to show you how we can use Waypoint effectively to drive a simple use case in this case. So specifically, Waypoint basically works in a server client mechanism. So basically uh, you just not only need the waypoint CLI to interact with your development life cycle, but you need to also set up the waypoint server, because that is where you can actually connect to the waypoint user interface and see all the three phases that is happening around. Okay, so my first step is basically I think the waypoint client is not installed. Yeah, so first thing, I'll install the waypoint client. So you can basically get it from the waypoint project itself. Choose the type of operating system that you're using, and you will get the utility client here. So I'll just simply go and run this. So it's installing the waypoint. It will install the latest version, which is 0.5. It was released with 0.1 in last year. If I just write waypoint version, yeah, it's 0.5.2 that is running. So yeah, it's cannot connect to the server because we haven't set up the server yet. So that is what we are going to do next. So the next thing is basically what we are going to do. We have to install. So waypoint install, and then we have to choose which platform we are going to install. So in my case, the platform is Kubernetes, but it can be anything for your case. You can basically choose to install on Docker. You can choose to install on EC2 instance. You can choose to install on any serverless medium also. I mean, Lambda for the sake or anything. And then I have to accept the terms of service. So what it will do, it will basically check whether I have already a configured Kubernetes cluster or not, and then it will create a certain Kubernetes resources that will basically help to run this server. And at the end, it will give me an endpoint URL, which will redirect me to connect to the user interface for the waypoint server. Should be ready in some seconds now. Okay, it's done. So it has basically advertised the address, and this is the Upoint UI. So before connecting to that, let us check in the Kubernetes platform what are the resources that it has deployed. So if we just see here, okay. So basically, it has created a deployment called as Waypoint Runner, and this is basically responsible for creating the or deploying the UI. So this is where it is running, and it configures. So this deployment configures this Waypoint Runner, and together it runs the Waypoint server as well. And it has a Waypoint service which would basically publish this deployment to a public routable URL, and it has a stateful set that is also configured together with it. So I'll not go much into the server side because the important thing to understand that how we can create the workflow. So I'll just proceed and will try to authenticate the server with the token that it basically asks. So initially during logging, it will ask you to authenticate, and the command to do that is waypoint user token. So I'll simply go and paste it, and it will provide me a token. So this token is unique to the user, and once you basically provides this, it will authenticate. So as you can see that there is no projects at least till now, and basically this is the dashboard, and basically you can go create a project, do anything. Now what I will do, I'll try to create a project here. So before that, once we have run the waypoint, so you will get something called as a context. Context basically helps you to choose that which specific environment you want to target. So in this case, in my previous case, I have tested with multiple environment. So there are the environments that are defined. So currently the current context is set to this environment. So this can be think of like it can be a dev environment, can be a staging environment, can be a QA environment, it can be a validation environment. So you have the liberty to use waypoint to connect to a specific environment and create the development workflow. So now I will basically, I have a small project. Um, sorry, so where I have a simple Go code to print hello world. I'll just show. And what it contains is basically three files. I mean, excluding the readme obviously, but the main thing is the main.go that contains the uh, code where it would just basically print a hello world. It's not a, I mean, a big application. It's just a simple application, just to show that we can basically deploy an application around. So this is just a message that it will print. And what important thing here to see here is basically the waypoint.html file. And this is basically where we would see how we define a specific build deploy release attribute. All right, I mean how we basically define them within this configuration. So we initially set a project to the name of the project where we are going to deploy the application. Now a project can have multiple application deployed. Okay, so every application should have a starting point with app, because this constitutes that this application comprises of three different phases, which is build, deploy, and release here. So under this build phase, what I have mentioned here is the pack that I'll be using. So pack in this case, it will use the Google Cloud Native build packs. And then the registry for the Docker, I'll be pushing it into an image called as Suman Hello World -go. And tag is latest, but I'll change that now. And then the deploy is I'll be publishing that on internal service port 8080, which is only routable to the cluster. And then I'll release it and publish it on an external routable URL via the load balancer IP. So let us now change this file a bit here. And let us, for example, make this as not latest anyway. Like for security reasons, we should not always, I mean, we should not use the latest image always. Rather, we should specify that which specific version of the image we are going to use, right? So now, once we have done that, so the next thing that comes is basically running the waypoint up command. Sorry, I missed another thing is that once you basically configure the project, you also have to register this with the server at this site. Else, I mean, waypoint will never know that how it is going to run, or what are the entities of the objects that it is going to manage. To make it understand what I will write, I'll basically do a waypoint init, just like we do a Terraform init. It's simple as that. It basically checks whether your configuration file is valid or not. It connects to a waypoint server, the waypoint server that we have deployed, and then it registers your project and the apps to the server and all the necessary plugins which is required. So now if we go here, you will see that the project is visible, and here is the application, but nothing is deployed here because we haven't done the deployment yet. So what we will do now is now where we will run the waypoint up. So what now waypoint up will do, it will basically trigger the three phases, which is the build, deploy, release. Build will go first, and it will, because I'm using the pack client, so it will basically not use any Docker file in this context. Rather, it will create an OCI image directly from the source code. So that is what it is doing. It will use the backline, and it will basically run the lifecycle builder phase in this context, creates a image layer, and then finally it will basically build the image. So once it has done the builder, it will publish, it will label the image. yes, the image is now labeled by the exporter, and then it will basically create a new image with 1.0 that I have mentioned here, okay, which we have tagged it. Now it will push this image to my Docker hub already, and once it is done, it will go and run the deploy phase. Yeah, so it is done. The image is successfully pushed, and then in the deploy phase, it will basically connect to the Kubernetes by the Kubernetes client. It will try to connect and create a deployment first. The deployment will create a pod, and then it will basically create a service. So in the meantime, if I go to the Docker hub, and this is my image, I should see. Let me just refresh. Yeah, the newer image 1.0 has been pushed and also pulled at the same time. So you can see it has already been done here. So now it has created the deployment. Every deployment will be tagged with a random hash value, and then basically it will. So the once the deployment is done, it is published internally, but then releasing is something where it will be publishing or creating an endpoint so that the resource can be accessible outside. So once it is done, it basically creates two URL. One is the deployment URL. So every deployment URL is ends with an waypoint.run domain name, because this is something which waypoint automatically gives to your application, and this uses the let's encrypt technology to basically create that particular domain URL. And then the next is the release URL. In this case, the release URL is something which is accessible outside. So let us see first by checking here, and you can see that it has basically published the logs as well. And these are the logs which I was mentioning, which are the runtime logs that you get during the build process. If we go now to the builds, so there's the version 1 image 1.0 which has been built. The deployment is the first deployment that we have built, and this is the deployment. So even if you just run the deployment, you would be able to access the hello world here, since this basically creates a routable URL for you. And also if you are like, for example, if you're not using the load balancer type IP or node ports, then preferably you can basically use the deployment to connect to the particular application in that case, because in that case it will not be routable outside. But since it has already created a load balancer IP for me, I can basically use this URL as well, and it will print the hello world in this case. Okay, so that means my application has been published successfully. And if we see here, it will also create the resources as well. So as we can see, it has created a deployment, the hello world, and then basically it has the pod hello world which is running, the service hello world which has been given a load balancer IP which we are connecting to, and similarly the replica set corresponding to the deployment. So that is quite fine. Now once we deploy that, so basically we already checked that using the waypoint logs you can simply connect to existing deployment and see the logs at the runtime. So you have both the option, either you can use the CLI or you can go and use the UI as well. I mean, it's complete user friendly. But one thing, at least on till now, the shell access is not being provided on the UI side. So for this case, you have to basically connect via the CLI. So how we do that? So we just run waypoint exec and then /bin/sh, and then it basically will drop me to a shell environment. It says connected to deployment v1. And so here is something which we just directly go into the application. Now whatever configurations you want to change or whatever you want to do, you can do it here very well. So that is some kind of troubleshooting area that you can basically use to I'm to run something which is which maybe you have missed during the initial configuration in this case. Now if let's say if you want to make a change, the change can be simply done. Let's say for example, I'll just go and maybe change my go file, go to the go file and change the message. Maybe I'll just write to welcome PDC conference, and I'll just save that. And what I will do, I'll just simply do a waypoint up again. So what it does, it basically again runs the same build pack, but in this case, it will not create the base image since it already has a base image. It will just try to write the layers that are new, that has not been, I mean, that are the modified ones. So this time it takes very less time compared to the initial time when it has basically prepared the base image, prepared the application image. So you can see it basically run very fast here in this case. I still write in the 1.0 image, but yeah, definitely you can make it to 2.0, but I haven't done. Just to let you know that the next time when you run it, the iteration becomes much faster compared to what it is at the moment. But every time whenever there is a change, it creates a new deployment, because uh, every iteration, every change brings a newer deployment URL that you can access, and that is the way you how you can basically differentiate two different deployments that is happening. So in this case, you can see there's a different deployment URL. Now, if we click on that, you'll be taken to this context. 1 minute, it is still not populated, or okay, maybe because we haven't changed the image name. We should have, I mean, changed the image. So maybe let me just change it quickly so that it picks up the correct image. I publish in the same tag actually. So it takes the same artifacts and builds it into the new image here. But in the same time, it will show that it has basically created two different deployments in this case. Even there would be two different releases. So everything, it would be shown here. And you can see that this particular steps in process, pushing to Docker. So, I mean, whatever the runtime process that is happening, it is actually being shared here as well. And it is basically waiting for the deployment to become ready, successfully roll out the deployment. Yeah, it will just delete the old deployment because it finds that it is with the same configuration. So now once we basically checks this, and we'll see that welcome to PDC conference it has created. Okay, so so this is like how easily, as from the developer point of view, we can basically create this simplest CI/CD environment. If we simply use that waypoint tool in our environment, it is very easily configurable, pluggable, and very easy to manage as well. I mean, we don't have to think like where my deployment is going to happen, or what happens if the deployment doesn't I mean, if the application doesn't deploy properly. So you have the events and the logs to check here as well. So now coming back to my few thoughts about it, like how Waypoint addresses the current needs of the developer. So as I already told you, that it minimizes the workflow fragmentation for teams, which is attempting to use this build, deploy, release tooling as a ad hoc process in their environment. And this, if this is kind of a repetitive process, then Waypoint definitely helps to solve this issue. It is fully extensible by allowing more plugins to help and work with this specific tool. So you can basically bring your own plugins, build your own custom helper scripts that can work together with Waypoint. And it provides confidence to the developers, because the developers can know that they have deployed an application, and they know that it can easily be validated, and basically it can be also checked whether there is any failure or not, and if some actions is needed or not. And it supports different container runtime enablement. So not only you can use pack here, in this case you can simply go and use Docker as well, and other I mean the container runtime environment. So currently, if I remember, at least till this point of time, it supports Docker and build packs, but mostly in future it is going to extend and support other runtimes as well. Some of the official docs which I referred to that, and thank you. So this concludes my presentation on this topic. I'm open to questions now.
Hello. Can you hear me? Bala, am I audible?
Yeah, Arun, you're audible.
Hello.
Yes, Arun, you're audible. You are very well audible.
Oh, thank you. So, shall we start?
Yes, we are good. Yeah, Arun, we are good to start. Yeah.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to be invited to be a guest and speaker at your conference. And it is my pleasure to share some of my learning acquired over the last 30 years with all of you. My grateful thanks to the organizers for this opportunity to address the participants of this conference. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Arun. After a career of about 23 years in the IT industry, I've spent the last 7 years as a professional coach. As a life coach, I help people achieve their maximum potential. As you climb the organizational ladder and set out to handle new challenges, it is important that you put forth the best possible version of yourself. Which is the reason that I have chosen to speak to you today on the topic of personal effectiveness, based on the work of Dr. Stephen Covey, primarily from his book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. So, this is roughly what I'm going to cover today. We will look at an overview of all the 7 habits. We will look at the maturity continuum as described by Stephen Covey. Let me start by distinguishing between 2 words, the word efficient and the word effective. Which do you think is better? Which do you think we should aspire for? Efficient or effective? Well, the definition of these are like this. Effective means being able to achieve a desired or intended result. Efficient means that you're working in a well organized and competent way. So, which do you think is better? So, efficient doesn't necessarily mean you achieve the desired or intended result. It just means you are working in a well organized and competent way. Whereas effective means that you're successful in producing the desired result. In other words, effective is about doing the right things. Efficient is about doing things right. So, from this, we clearly understand why Stephen Covey says we need to become more effective people, not just efficient people. And that is the reason Covey researched and produced this work about personal effectiveness nearly 32 years ago. And it still stays very relevant even today. But before I go into the 7 habits, I need to introduce to you a few terminology. So let's run a small exercise, an exercise about paradigms. So what I'd like to do now is request everyone whose names begin with the letters A, M, R, and S to please close your eyes until I ask you to open them. People whose names begin with A, M, R, or S, please close your eyes until I ask you to open them. To the others, I'm going to show you a picture for 10 seconds and ask you to remember what you saw. So AMRS, close your eyes. Others, watch this picture for 10 seconds and remember what you saw. Okay. Now will the people whose names begin with AMRS please open your eyes. The rest of you close your eyes until I ask you to open them. Okay, so the people whose names begin with AMRS, the AMRS folks, as I call them, I am going to show you a picture for 10 seconds and remember what you saw. Ask you to remember what you saw. So this is your picture. Remember this picture. Okay, now everyone, open your eyes. Look at this picture and tell me what you see. What do you see? What is it that you see? You can type in your comments in the comment section. Type in your responses in the comment section. Tell me what you see. Bala, do we have any answers in the comment section? Okay, so some of you see a young woman, some of you see an old lady. Why did that happen? Because we see the image that we are conditioned to see. If 10 seconds of conditioning can cause such chaos, what about the conditioning of a decade? What about the conditioning of 2 decades? What about the conditioning of a lifetime? You know the story of the blind man and the elephant, right? So each of the blind men describe the elephant based on the part that they are touching and feeling. Similarly, we tend to see the world through our own paradigms. What that means is that we see the world not as it is, but as we are. The many influences in our lives, family, school, college, friends, work environment, social circles, all make their silent, unconscious impact on us and help shape our frame of reference, our paradigms. These then become the source of our attitudes and behaviors. To try and change outward attitudes and behaviors does very little good in the long run if we fail to examine the basic underlying paradigms from which these attitudes and behaviors flow. So it's important to remember that the paradigm shifts, the actual aha moments, those are the ones that create powerful change. I noticed Gauri is in the audience. Gauri yesterday spoke about an 18-armed Shiva sculpture. Now, before she showed us the picture and asked this question, can you depict motion in a stone sculpture? My answer would have been no. And that was my paradigm. You can't depict motion in a stone sculpture. But then she showed us this picture of this 18-armed Shiva and explained how the sculptor had cleverly inserted motion into that picture in terms of the 2 arms in 9 different positions. And my paradigm shifted. I now believe that yes, even in a stone sculpture, you can show motion. So I'm now going to attempt a paradigm shift for all of us. What I'd like you all to do is to close your eyes and vision this as I talk about it. So close your eyes and try and envision this. Right now, would you say we are all pretty much rooted to a spot in our respective homes? We are all stationary. We are not moving or going anywhere. What if I told you that we are not just sitting at home, but we are all strapped in, seatbelts buckled, seated together on a gigantic ball, whirling around the sun at 1 lakh kilometers per hour, and nested in a galaxy hurtling through space and time at 828,000 kilometers an hour. What happened there? Did you just brace yourself against your seat rest? Did that paradigm shift happen? Our paradigms affect the way we interact with other people. If we want to make minor changes in our lives, we could focus on our attitudes and behaviors. But for quantum change to happen, we need to work on our basic paradigms. Let me give you another example. So there were these two battleships which were carrying out war exercises in the Pacific Ocean. It was midnight. The weather was rough. Lots of fog. Visibility was down to 0. And the captain of one of these battleships was on the bridge because he was very concerned. He didn't want anything to go wrong. So he wanted a sharp lookout. And somewhere around midnight, the person who was the lookout called out to the captain and said, "Sir, I see a light starboard." So the captain immediately asked him, "Is it steady or is it moving astern?" And the man observed the light for a few minutes and said, it's steady. It's not moving with us. So at that point, the captain called the signal man and asked him to send out a signal to the other ship saying, "We are on a collision course. Please change your course by 20 degrees. Alter your course by 20 degrees. Back came the message, "Suggest you alter your course by 20 degrees. The captain was taken aback and he said, "I am a captain. Alter your course by 20 degrees. The response came back saying, "I'm a seaman, second class. You alter your course by 20 degrees. The captain was by now furious and he said, "I'm the captain of a warship. I command you to alter your course by 20 degrees. Back came the message, "I am a lighthouse." Did the captain's paradigm change? Did it shift? Of course it did. They altered course. The battleship altered course. Principles are like the lighthouse. They are unmovable natural laws. So while paradigms are like the Google map of the territory, a more subjective reality, principles are the territory themselves, an objective reality. They are fundamental. And the more closely our paradigms are related to our principles, the more accurate or functional they will be. And this requires a new or deeper level of thinking. And that is what the 7 habits of highly effective people proposed by Stephen Covey in 1989 is all about. It is a principle-centered, character-based, inside-out approach to personal and professional effectiveness. Let's take a quick minute to understand what habits are. So you see this quote in front of you. You sow a thought and you reap an action. You sow an act and you reap a habit. You sow a habit and you reap a character. Sow a character and you reap a destiny. Ralph Waldo Emerson said this way back in the 19th century. Other people who have talked about habits are Aristotle, who said we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence then is not an act, but a habit. And Stephen Covey himself said, a habit is at the intersection of knowledge, skill, and desire. So creating a habit requires you to work in all these 3 dimensions: knowledge, skills, and desire. I mentioned the words inside out. Now, if you look at this model of the 7 habits, you will notice that it starts from the inside. It talks about private victories before public victories. So private victories are to be attempted before public victories. As we start life as infants, we are very much dependent on others for our physical, mental, and emotional needs. But as we mature into young adults, we become more and more independent. When we start our working careers or when we start our own families, we realize that life is all about interdependence. The relationships with other people matter. And this is what Stephen Covey called the maturity continuum. So if you observe this model, it talks about private victories before public victories, and it talks about moving from dependence to independence to interdependence. So the way the model has been put together, we move from dependence, which is the paradigm of you take care of me, you are responsible, to independence, which is the paradigm of I will take care of it myself, and I am in control of my life. And then interdependence, which is the paradigm of we. So you see the change or shift from you to I to we as we move from dependence to independence to interdependence. So this inside out model is a process. It's an upward spiral of growth that leads to progressively higher forms of responsible independence and effective interdependence. So the first three habits lead us from dependence to independence, and the next three from independence to interdependence. We start from the bottom and work our way up. This whole model is an incremental, sequential, and highly integrated approach. And if you notice from this model, interdependence is a choice only independent people can make. Dependent people cannot choose to become interdependent. So you have to go in a sequential manner. You go from dependence to independence to interdependence, from you to I to we. And that is why the first three habits, habits 1, 2, and 3, are all about self mastery. And after you've become independent, you have the foundation for interdependence, the wherewithal to work on the public victories using communication, cooperation, and teamwork that are a result of habits 4, 5, and 6. And then if you look at habit number 7, which is in the outer circle, the habit is called sharpen the saw. This is the habit of renewal. It is about continuous improvement, and it circles and embodies the other 6 habits. So now that I've given you an overview of the 7 habits in the maturity continuum, let's look at each one of these habits in a little amount of detail. The first of these habits is be proactive. Being proactive is having the freedom to choose. So you know the stimulus response model. So there is external stimulus and our body responds to that. Now, between stimulus and response, we have the freedom to choose how we want to respond. And if you look at the word responsibility, you can break it up into the words response and ability. And this is something that only human beings have. The ability to choose our response. In a couple of minutes, I will also talk about the circle of influence versus the circle of concern. But let me give you an example with a story of what being proactive actually means. So there was a farmer who had 2 sons, and when these sons had grown up, they decided to go to work in the city. And they both got jobs with the same firm, a firm that was dealing with farm products. So they were buying and trading farm products. And both of them got jobs with that firm. 3 months later, the father came to visit them in the city. And when he spoke to his sons, he figured out that the first son, Ram, was earning 10,000 rupees a month. And the second son, Rahul, was earning 20,000 rupees a month. So he went to meet the manager of the firm. He went to meet the owner of the firm, and he asked him this question. He said, "Why is there such a discrepancy between what both my sons are getting? Both of them are doing the same job, which is they are supervising the unloading and loading of fruits and vegetables and putting them away in storage. So why is there a discrepancy in their salaries?" The owner of the organization smiled and said, "Let me demonstrate this to you with an example." So he called the first son, Ram, and he said, "There is a truck at the gate. Can you check and let me know what is the consignment it is carrying?" Ram came back after 5 minutes and he said, "I called up the security at the gate and the truck is carrying 500 kgs of tomatoes." Then the boss called the second son, Rahul, and he said, "Look, there is a truck at the gate. Can you check and tell me what is the truck carrying?" Rahul didn't come back after 5 minutes. He didn't come back after half an hour. He didn't come back after an hour. He came back after 2 hours. And then he reported to his boss and said, "The truck was carrying 500 kgs of tomatoes. But when I inspected the tomatoes, I found out that they were likely to become rotten if we stored them for more than 24 hours. So I immediately called up a sauce manufacturing company and sold the entire lot, 500 kgs of tomatoes to them. And we made a profit of 10,000 rupees." The boss now looked at the father and said, "Now do you understand the difference in their salaries? Your second son, Rahul, is a proactive employee." So that is what being proactive is all about. I hope that story conveyed what proactivity is all about. Another way of looking at it is that proactivity is taking charge of our lives. It's about using our unique human gifts, the gifts of self awareness, imagination, conscience, and independent will to choose how we respond to external stimulus. Taking charge of our lives, being in control rather than being controlled. The other way of looking at it is proactive people are not affected by, let's say, gloomy weather, how the weather is today, or even social weather. They carry their own good weather with them wherever they go. There are many things that affect us on a daily basis. Right? We have a wide range of concerns. Like, for example, we are concerned about the Afghan situation, the rising cost of fuel, petrol, diesel, Ashwin not being allowed to play in the tests, the stock market, will it crash? What about the Delta variant of the COVID virus? So there are many things that cause concern to us. Now, if you were to subscribe or circumscribe all of them in a circle called the circle of concern, you will find that we have real control over only some of these concerns. And there are others that we cannot do anything about. So you have two circles. You have the circle of concern and the circle of influence. The ones that we have control over fall under the circle of influence. And if we are aware of where we focus our time and energy, we discover how proactive we really are. Proactive people, where do you think they focus all their time and energy in? In the circle of influence. They focus all their efforts in the circle of influence. And the positive energy from this causes their circle of influence to grow. Reactive people, on the other hand, focus all their efforts on the circle of concern. the outer circle. And their focus results in blame games, accusing attitudes, reactive language, and increased feeling of victimization. So, this entire negative energy actually causes their circle of influence to shrink. So, you see the difference between the proactive focus and the reactive focus? In the proactive focus, because proactive people tend to focus all their time and energy in their circle of influence, their circle of influence actually widens. Whereas reactive people tend to focus more on the circle of concern, and as the concerns keep building up, their circle of influence actually shrinks. So, this negative energy of reactive people combined with the neglect in areas that they can actually do something about causes their circle of influence to shrink. You will also notice differences in the language that proactive people and reactive people use. Here are some examples. So, reactive language says, that's just the way I am, nothing can be done about it. Proactive language is, I can do better than that. With reactive people, you get, I can't, or you ruined my day. With proactive people, you're more likely to hear, there's got to be some other way, and I'm not going to let your bad mood rub off on me. So, if you look at these examples of reactive language and proactive language, which one are you? The second habit is the habit called begin with the end in mind. Okay, so we are going to do one more visualization exercise. And if you will close your eyes and go with this flow. So I'm going to describe a scenario to you, and I want you to use your right brain and visualize the scenario as much as you can. So please close your eyes. It is early morning. You're returning from your walk in the park. And as you come back to your street, you notice that there are a whole lot more cars than usual parked on the street. You walk up to the gate, and as you're opening the gate, you hear many voices coming from inside your home. You walk up to the door and ring the doorbell, and the door opens, and there is a big scream saying, surprise. It is your 80th birthday, and a whole lot of folks have gathered to wish you on your birthday. So there is family, there are relations, there are friends, there are your co-workers from your previous organizations, and there are members of the community, neighbors, and so on. A whole lot of people have gathered to wish you on your 80th birthday. As part of the celebrations, some people are also going to make speeches in which they talk about your achievements, your impact on their lives, and what kind of a person you have been. What would you want them to say? What would you want your family members to say? What would you want your relations to say? What would you want your friend circle to say? What would you want your neighbors to say? What would you want your co-workers to say? Stephen Covey actually says, all things are created twice. There is first a mental or first creation, followed by a physical or second creation. What is this mental creation followed by physical creation? We'll look at in a minute. Before that, I'd like to quote this favorite one of mine, this favorite line of mine, which talks about, if you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. Benjamin Franklin said that if you fail to plan, you're planning to fail. Now, the first step of beginning with the end in mind actually starts with a personal mission statement. But before I go into the personal mission statement, something else that Gauri said yesterday reminded me of this begin with the end in mind, habit number 2. She said, think of a 9th century sculptor. When he was carving all those sculptures in the temple with so much intricacy and detail, what do you think he was thinking? And I would like to think that if I was walking by the sculptor and I asked that sculptor from the 9th century, what are you doing? The sculptor would have probably said, I'm building a temple which will last thousands of years. And thousands of years from now, people will be admiring my work. That's beginning with the end in mind. Coming back to the personal mission statement, what is a personal mission statement all about? You remember the scenario with the 80th birthday? So, in the 80th birthday, if you wanted all those people to say nice things about you, what actually are you doing about it today? And that is where the personal mission statement comes in. It talks about putting down answers to these questions. What do you want to be? What do you want to do? And what do you want to have? And you need to consider all the roles that you play. Right? Maybe you are a friend, maybe you are a son or daughter, maybe you are a parent, maybe you are the boss. All the roles that you have currently or are going to play, you need to consider all these roles and add structure and balance to the to be, to do, and to have questions. It is not something that you can do in one shot. From my experience, it will take deep introspection, careful analysis, thoughtful expression, and possibly many rewrites. But you have to use the power of your imagination to visualize the scenario 10 or 20 years down the line, and you have to activate your right brain. You have to look at the many roles that you play. You have to think in terms of long-term goals. But once you are done with the personal mission statement, I would recommend that you put it in a place where you can see it often. Share it with the people who matter. And this should become your North Star. So the first habit was being proactive. The second habit was start with the end in mind, or begin with the end in mind. Now we move on to the third habit, which is putting first things first. Also called the principle of personal management. Again, let me tell you a story. So there was a professor who walked into his classroom filled with students, big seminar hall filled with students, and he was carrying with him several objects. He was carrying a big glass jar. He was carrying a sack which looked heavy. He was carrying a couple of water bottles, and he was carrying a beer can. He put all this on the table in front of him, wished the students good morning, and then, without any further ado, he proceeded to open the glass jar, opened the sack, took out some big rocks, and started placing them carefully within the glass jar. So he opened the glass jar, took out some rocks from the sack that he was carrying, and started placing these rocks carefully within the glass jar. Once the rocks had reached the top of the jar, He then asked the students, do you think the jar is full? And the students looked at the jar, and it didn't look as if he could fit in any more rocks in there. So they said, yes, the jar is full. The professor reached inside a sack, pulled out some small pebbles, and started pouring them through the mouth of the jar. And these pebbles started to lodge themselves in between the gaps created by the big rocks and the walls of the jar. And soon you had pebbles coming right up to the top. At this point, the professor again asked, do you think the jar is full? And the students looked at the jar, and it didn't seem like there could be more pebbles that could be fitted into the jar. And so they said, yes, the jar is full. The professor now took a handful of sand and poured it into the mouth of the jar. And the sand, of course, filtered into the jar and started filling up the jar until the sand also reached the top of the jar. And again, the professor asked the same question, do you think the jar is full? At this point, half the students came up with a very uncertain yes. The others were quiet. So the professor took out his water bottle, opened the bottle, and poured the contents of the bottle into the jar. And the water filled the jar right up to the top. Then he asked the question, is the jar full? Since he didn't get any responses and there was a beer can still lying on the table, the professor answered the question himself and said, now the jar is full. But tell me, what did you learn from this exercise? So the students came up with various answers. Somebody said, no matter how busy we are, we can always find time to do other things, etc., etc. People said our time can be managed well, and we can accommodate more things, we can multitask, etc. And the professor said, no, that's not what this lesson is all about. This lesson is all about life. If you don't put the big rocks of your life into the glass jar called life first, you will never be able to fit them in later. If I was to reverse the order, put in the sand first, then the pebbles, then let's say small rocks, and finally try and fit in the big rocks will not go into the jar. In the glass jar of life, put in the big rocks first. Only then you will be able to fit in the pebbles, the sand, the water, and so on. And the students got it. And then somebody said, but what about the can of beer? So the professor laughed and said, irrespective of all the things that are happening in your life, there is always time for a can of beer with your friends. So on that humorous note, let me come back to the point of put the big rocks in your glass jar of life first. What that simply means, as Stephen Covey says, is it's not about prioritizing your schedule, but scheduling your priorities. And if there is nothing else that you take away from my session today, please remember this. The key to life is not about prioritizing what's on your schedule, but to schedule your priorities. You have to put the big rocks in first. Otherwise, you will lead to a situation like the picture on the left. The glass jar on the left, where the big rocks are outside of the glass jar. You won't have time to fit in the important things in your life into the glass jar. And that's why the order is important. Put the big rocks in first, and then if you have space, put in the little rocks, the sand, and the water. So key is not to prioritize what's on your schedule, but to schedule your priorities. And this brings us to the subject of time management. Very interesting, because I think time management itself is a misnomer. We all have 24 hours in a day, 7 days in a week, 365 days in a year. Can we actually manage time? Time is just galloping right by us, right? Can we, catch hold of time? Can we uh, turn the clock back 2 hours? Can we actually manage time? No. The new line of thinking is that we can only manage ourselves, not time. We can only manage ourselves and what we do in that time, in the 24 hours that all of us have in a day. So if you look at this time management metrics, which again comes from the book Stephen Covey's 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, and if you look at all the activities that you are doing on a daily basis and classify them on the basis of urgency and importance, you would get this time management matrix or grid with 4 quadrants. So you have urgent, not urgent along the x-axis. You have not important, important along the y-axis. And then you have 4 quadrants. Urgent, important, not urgent, important, urgent, not important, and finally not urgent and not important. Now, if you look at quadrant 1, which is urgent, important, these are typically activities as described there, pressing problems, deadline driven projects, last minute preparation for scheduled activities, sometimes a crisis or a medical emergency. All of these would come under the category of urgent, important, okay, which is called the quadrant of necessity. It does deal with significant results. It does require immediate action. But the problem with quadrant 1 is that most crisis managers, most deadline driven, problem minded people end up spending 90% of their lives here. And for relief, they escape to quadrant 4. And quadrant 1 focused people are likely to experience high stress and burnout, because for them everything is urgent and important, and this results in stress. So quadrant 1 focused people are likely to experience high stress and burnout. Look at quadrant 3. It talks about urgent, not important. Okay, so there are interruptions, some mail to answer, reports to generate, meetings which others have called, many so-called pressing matters. Now, this is called the quadrant of deception because these activities seem important but are actually not important. In reality, they are not important. So this leads to short-term focus and the feeling of being controlled rather than in control. So that brings us to quadrant number 2. Now, effective people try and stay out of quadrants 3 and 4, both to be avoided, and try and shrink quadrant 1 down to size by spending more time in quadrant 2. Quadrant 2 is called the quadrant of quality and personal leadership. And this is where all your preparation, planning, prevention, relationship building, all of these activities happen. So quadrant 2 is the heart of effective personal management. It deals with things like personal relationships, long-term planning, exercising, preventive maintenance, preparation for key activities, writing a personal mission statement. You remember that from habit number 2, writing a personal mission statement. It figures in quadrant 2. So the thing about quadrant 2 focused people is they feed opportunities, which is what quadrant 2 is all about, and starve the problems which come from quadrant 1. So I will leave you with this question. which is what one thing could you do that you are currently not doing, and that if you did it on a regular basis would have a tremendous positive difference in your personal life. Repeat. What one thing could you do that you're not doing today that if you did on a regular basis would have a tremendous positive impact on your personal life? And secondly, same question, consider for your professional life. I suspect the answers would lie in quadrant 2. And you have probably heard of the Pareto principle, which is 80% of the results actually flow from 20% of the activities. So even if you focus on quadrant 2 activities, you should be able to get 80% of your results. But the key thing to remember is to say yes to quadrant 2 priorities, you may have to learn to say no to others. Just keep this in mind. Good is the enemy of best. Moving on to a summary of the first 3 habits. So to summarize the first 3 private victory habits, habit 1 says you are the creator, be proactive, you are the creator. Habit 2 is the habit of mental creation or the first creation. You remember Stephen Covey talked about 2 kinds of creation. First there is the mental creation and then there is the physical creation. Habit 3 is the second creation. If I were to use an analogy, habit 1 says you are the programmer. Habit 2 says write the program. And habit 3 says run the program. Okay, so this self-mastery and self-discipline are the foundation to building good relationships with others, which is where we can talk about the 3 habits of interdependence. Habit 4, 5, and 6. Before I introduce habits 4, 5, and 6, I'd like to talk about the concept of an emotional bank balance or an emotional bank account. When you interact with other people, you are actually setting up an emotional bank account with them. And just like a savings bank account, you have deposits and you have withdrawals. And the more you deposit, the bank account will have a positive balance. The more you withdraw, the balance reduces until it becomes, let's say, negative or an overdraft. The same thing happens with emotional bank accounts. The more you deposit into an emotional bank account, the better the relationship will be. The more the relationship will grow, the more the trust will grow, and hence the relationship itself will grow. And the more withdrawals you make from the emotional bank account, the trust dissipates and the relationship also falters. So with that concept of an emotional bank account, let's look at these 3 habits and see how they add to the emotional bank account. We move on to habit number 4, which is called think win-win. Now, there are 6 paradigms of human interaction. The 6 paradigms would be win-win, win-lose, lose-win, lose-lose, win, and the last one being win-win or no deal. Okay, and the way they are classified is if you put respecting self along the x-axis and respecting others along the y-axis, then you would have a grid where you could place these win-win, win-lose, lose-win, etc., etc. We will also talk about abundance mentality and scarcity mentality, but let's look at what win-win is all about. So the law of win-win says, let's not just do it your way or my way, let's do it the best way. So the third alternative. Win-win is a frame of mind and heart that constantly seeks mutual benefit in all interactions, in all human interactions. Okay, so it's not about doing it your way or doing it my way, but it's about doing it the best way. And it talks about the three arrows on top. You can see it says, I win, you win, and the third alternative is we win together. So, with a win win solution, what happens is that all parties feel good about the decision that is taken and are committed to the action plan. And win win is based on a paradigm that there is enough for everybody and that one person's success is not achieved at the expense or exclusion of the success of others. So, win win is based on the paradigm that there is enough for everybody, which is called the abundance mentality, rather than the scarcity mentality, which is that I can win only if you lose, which is a zero sum game. So, win win is not a zero sum game, it is belief in the third alternative. Both win lose and lose win are weak positions based on personal insecurities, where either you are allowing the other person the freedom to win, or you are being very aggressive and you're taking a tough stance and say, I need to win. Both are based on personal insecurities, and many people swing back and forth between these two, between win lose in consideration. So, in an interdependent reality, the impact of this in long term relationships will have to be carefully considered. So, think win win is the habit of interpersonal leadership. It involves the exercise of each of the unique human endowments that we saw earlier, which is self awareness, imagination, conscience, and independent will in our relationships with others. And three important character traits that will lead to win win are integrity, maturity, and an abundance mentality. The abundance mentality results in sharing of prestige, power, recognition, profits, decision making, and so on. So that's the fourth habit. Think, win, win. It's not about me winning or you winning, but it is about we, us together winning. The next habit says seek first to understand, then to be understood. And this is called the principle of empathic communication. Normally, what we do is that we have a tendency to rush in to fix things with good advice, but we often fail to take time to diagnose, to really deeply understand the problem first, or what the other person is saying first. So, empathy means putting yourself in another person's shoes and understanding their paradigms and their feelings. In fact, Stephen Covey says most people do not listen with the intent to understand, but they listen with the intent to reply. So they are either speaking or they are preparing to speak. Listening actually happens at 5 different levels. The first one is ignoring, the second is pretending to listen, the third is selective listening, and then you have attentive listening, where you listen to the words that are being said. But very few people actually practice the fifth level of listening, which is called active listening or empathic listening. Empathic listening is looking at the world through another's paradigm. And in empathic listening, you listen not just with your ears, but you listen with your eyes and your heart. You listen for feeling, you listen for meaning, you sense, you use your intuition, and you use both your left and right brain. So, this habit actually lifts you to greater accuracy, greater integrity in your communications. And you're working within your circle of influence. It is an inside out approach. Because you really listen, you become influenceable. Your circle of influence actually grows. And this is the key to influencing others as well, which is what makes this an important habit. your circle of influence begins to expand. Habit number 6. The habit number 6 is a simple word which says, it's a single word which says synergize. It may not be simple. And synergize simply means the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. It talks about valuing differences, building on strengths of various people, compensating for weaknesses within the team. And it is the foundation for building strong, effective teams. Remember, these are the habits of interdependence. This means that we are working with various people, we are working as part of teams. And these 3 habits, habits 4, 5, and 6, are the 3 habits: think, win win, seek first to understand, then to be understood, and synergize, are the 3 habits of interdependence. So, habit number 6 is all about being open to new possibilities, new alternatives, new options. And if I were to take an example, if you look at these 2 horses which are pulling a load, each horse by itself can pull 8,000 pounds. But when 2 horses work together in synergy, they can pull up to 24,000 pounds. Each by themselves can pull only 8,000 pounds, but when they work together, they can pull up to 24,000 pounds. That's what synergy is all about, stronger together. So synergy occurs when the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, and it's a creative process which unleashes the best in people. And it's about understanding others' paradigms and working with others' paradigms. It creates a learning opportunity whereby differences are considered an asset, not a liability. Even differences within a team are considered an asset and not a liability. So we have looked at the 3 habits which can lead you from independence to interdependence, which will take us from independence through public victories and move us to powerful interdependence. That brings us to the last habit, sharpen the saw. Here again, I'd like to start with a story. So there was a woodcutter and he went up to a timber merchant to ask for a job. And he told the timber merchant, I can come and cut wood for you, cut up logs for you. Please give me a job. I'm in desperate need of a job. So the timber merchant says, yes, come to work from tomorrow. Bring your axe with you. So the woodcutter lands up on the first day and he's told by the timber merchant to chop up logs into smaller pieces, into firewood sized pieces, and he starts work. So on the first day, by the end of the first day, he has chopped up 10 logs or trees, and he's happy with his progress. The timber merchant also says, I'm satisfied. Please report to work for the next. You have your job, so you can come to work again tomorrow. And on the second day, the woodcutter starts chopping up logs. And by the end of the day, he's chopped only 6 of those logs. Previous day, he did 10. Next day, he's managed to chop only 6 logs. He resolves to work harder, and on the third day, he comes back to work and starts chopping up logs. He doesn't take his breaks. He skips his lunch break. But by the end of the day, he finds that he's only chopped up 4 logs. And he's sitting there looking very distraught when the timber merchant comes by and says, why are you looking so sad? What happened? And he explains the entire situation. On day 1, I was actually making great progress. I chopped up 10 logs. Yesterday, I slipped to 6. Today, I've slipped even further to 4. At this point, the timber merchant asks him one question. He says, how much time did you spend sharpening your axe? And the woodcutter says, I was so busy, I didn't spend any time sharpening my axe. And the timber merchant says, I suggest you go back home, sharpen your axe, and come back to work tomorrow. And I'm sure you will be able to get to the same level of productivity as on day one. And that is what Sharpen the Saw is all about. Sharpen the Saw is the habit of renewal. It is the habit of continuous improvement. It talks about being a lifelong learner, and that in your weekly calendar or in your daily calendar, you need to allocate time to sharpen your skills. In a way, this PDC conference is actually helping people sharpen their skills. And this is the kind of activity that will go into quadrant 2. You remember, begin with the end in mind. Sharpen the saw, you may have to look at multiple dimensions. Renewal happens in the body through physical exercise and so on. Renewal happens in the mind through reading, planning, writing, and so on. The heart and the spirit through service, empathy, and related activities. So that is about the 7 habits of Stephen Covey. Stephen Covey talks about how we should, to keep progressing, we need to learn, commit, and do, and that will result in the upward spiral. We continue to do these activities, we learn new things, we commit to doing certain things, and we do them, carry out the action, and that will lead to a upward spiral of growth. Very quickly, here is a summary of all the 7 habits. So the first 3 are all about managing self. The next 3 are all about leading others. And the last one is about unleashing your true potential. If you found this useful, please read the book. And the how-to part is explained in great detail in this book, which was actually released 32 years ago, but is still very relevant. Start with a personal mission statement and put things into perspective. Will it actually matter in 5 or 10 years from now? Recognize when something is not good enough, because good is the enemy of best. Seek help if you need, and don't forget your sense of humor. So Stephen Covey's model represents a holistic, integrated approach to personal and interpersonal effectiveness, and it is a journey, not a destination. Hopefully, this will help you unlock your full potential and live a life beyond your dreams. Thank you very much. Stephen Covey also talked about an 8th habit more recently in 2004. He said, find your voice and inspire others to find theirs, which is what I'm trying to do as a life coach. And you have been a wonderful audience. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Hey Arun, looks like we don't have any questions here.
Okay.
And looks like we are done with the time as well.
Okay. So if there are any questions, people can post in the comment section, and I'll get back to you on those questions. I'm sure the organizers will forward all of those to me. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Great. Yeah, that was a great session. Thanks, Arun.
Thank you, Bala.
Hello, hello. How are we all? Can you hear me? Most important.
Yep, Rob, we are good to go.
Sweet. Okay, let's share one of these screens. There we go. Does that look like a good screen to share? I know you've got me twice, but hey, that's okay. Awesome. So thank you very much for having me at PDC. I'm really, really pleased to be here. My name is Rob Sewell, and you can find me on Twitter at SQLDBA with Beard. So please feel free to get in touch, ask me any questions if you have them. You also find me on LinkedIn. So, firstly, all sponsors, thank you very much for making this event happen. So, why do we need Azure Arc enabled data services? Flexera did a report, and they talked to a lot of people, and they found that 97% of people are using things in public cloud, either completely in the public cloud, nearly 20%, or hybrid in both the public cloud and their own cloud. And in today's world, we've ended up in a scenario where we use Azure, we use AWS, we might use Google Cloud, we might have our own infrastructure. We've got SQL data services everywhere, spread all over the place. And the problem with that is that it means that our management of these services are also everywhere. So you've got to reach into the toolbox and hope you don't cut your hand and find the right place to be able to look for your SQL that's running in AWS, your SQL that's running in Azure, your old host that you've got on your own data center. The data you've got to keep in a certain place for legal reasons. That might all be in a different place. And this is one of the reasons why you'd want to have Azure Arc enabled data services. So it will run on any infrastructure. It doesn't matter. It's always current. So updating your SQL engine is much easier because we use a concept of evergreen SQL to make sure that you've always got the latest, best version of SQL. It's going to have all the latest optimizers, all the latest code. It's going to be tuned. It's going to have all the bugs fixed. We want to be able to deploy it at scale. So we can scale up is that way, Rob? Or we can scale out and be able to automate this. And have a single pane. So now we don't need to reach into a toolbox and find the right tool. We've just got everything in one place. Now, to achieve this, we're going to run everything in Kubernetes. Now, don't be scared about that. It just means we're running our SQL using a SQL engine, exactly the same SQL engine as you'd have anywhere else. We're just, instead of orchestrating it within a virtual machine or in a physical bit of tin, we're going to use Kubernetes and container infrastructure to make that happen. One pane of glass. We are used to using the Azure portal to be able to look at all of our resources. Now we're going to be able to make use of the Azure portal to look at and manage all of our SQL data services, whether they're running, wherever they're running. And we can use familiar tools. So we can make use of our Azure Data Studio. It's a cross-platform IDE for enabling us to manage our data services. It works using this thing called a data controller. So that is the basis of how we can enable this to happen. And our data controller is a pod in Kubernetes. And what it does is it ensures that we have the ability to look at our dashboards, our metrics, logs, takes care of backup and restore and high availability, enables us to provision and to scale. And there are two modes that we can have. So we can have directly connected, which means that when our logs and our metrics are gathered on our cluster, whichever cloud it's in, they get automatically uploaded into the portal, put into log analytics, so we can make use of all that wonderful functionality that we have in Azure to be able to manage large amounts of logs. But some things that we want to put data services on, we might not want to have connected to the internet, or maybe we don't want to have them connected to the internet all of the time. So if you imagine things like ships or articulated lorries, fleets of lorries, you might not want them using resources and uploading all of the time, but perhaps only when they get back to the warehouse. So all of the data from that census then gets sent up to the portal. At the moment, in Azure Arc-enabled data services, we've got two versions of data services that we can use. So we can use Azure Arc-enabled managed instance. So that's SQL Server running in a container, the latest version. We also have PostgreSQL hyperscale. So that enables you to put your Postgres instances and data into your Azure Arc-enabled Kubernetes cluster and manage it from within the portal. To be able to deploy these things, we can use Azure Data Studio. We can use Azure Data CLI. We could use Kubernetes. If we have a directly connected cluster, we can deploy straight from the portal, which means that we can also use ARM templates or Bicep to be able to deploy our managed instances. Now, because we're using Kubernetes, we have the ability to provide different storage classes. We're separating our SQL engine from our storage. Kind of similar as to how we talk to our virtualization experts and we say, please, can you give us super fast storage from the SAN for our SQL instance? In fact, basically that's what we say. But we might have a discussion with them where they say, well, we only have this much really fast storage, and we've got this much quite fast storage, and we've got this much slow storage, and you can't have all really fast storage. You go, okay, well, I'll have really fast storage for my tempdb, and I'll have quite fast storage for my data files, and for my backup directories, perhaps that can be on the lower class of storage. Kubernetes enables us to have the same functionality by using storage classes. So we might choose different storage classes for our tempdb or for our data and our logs than we would for our backup drives. Because this is a managed service, it's a managed instance, we have the ability to view our metrics. They're all gathered for us. So our metrics are available in the portal, and we can also look at our logs in the portal, in log analytics. But sometimes when things go wrong, we might want to dive a little bit deeper in. So on each cluster, we have a Grafana instance, and Grafana enables us to gather all of the metrics about our SQL Server or our Postgres and display them in this graphical format. So as you can see, this is a Grafana dashboard showing us what has been happening on our SQL instance. And that will be available on every single cluster, whether it's directly or indirectly connected. We can connect into it and we can see all of this. We can also use Kibana, all built in, doesn't need to be configured. When you deploy your data controller and you deploy your managed instance, these are just pre-configured and available for you. So with Kibana, we can go to our local cluster, wherever it may be, and we can explore our logs and find out what's been happening there. And there's another good solution. I like to have to deploy things for developers. And sometimes I get messages like this. We shouldn't use no hello No, we shouldn't use hello or hi. We want to use give the information. So Ben says, well, I was wondering if I could have a new SQL instance. I want the latest version, please. And I want it all controlled in Azure. And I expect it wants to be one of those managed instances. And as always, it wants it done really quickly. So I go, okay, I'll have a look in the portal. Deploy a SQL managed instance. Oh, sorry, Ben, it's going to take 6 hours. 6 hours. Ben's not impressed. So, well, okay. How about if we could use Azure Arc enabled data services, and maybe we could give Ben the ability to create his own SQL instances on a local indirectly connected Azure Arc enabled data services controller. And he could be able to spin all that up straight from Azure Data Studio. Super. So I often do this presentation and it has a tagline that says, everything must be named Ben. And the reason for that is because Ben Weissman, who's a good friend of mine, and Anthony Nocentino wrote this book called Azure Arc Enabled Data Services Revealed. And I bought it and I read it, and it taught me a lot, not only about Azure Arc Enabled Data Services, but also about Kubernetes and how they work. So I highly recommend that if you're interested in learning more about this, go and have a look at this book. It will give you all of the information that you need. There are also links in this slide deck for all the documentation on docs.microsoft, and also a link to the Azure Arc Jumpstart, which is a set of scenarios enabling you to run through and get everything that you need. So it's demo time. So if you want to see exactly what I'm doing, then beard.media/arc demo will take you to my demo that I'll be using today. As I said, my name's Rob. That's how to get in touch with me. And don't forget to check out my book, beard.media/book. With Chrissy Lemaire, Jess Pomfret, and Claudio Silva, we've written an introduction to DBA tools. DBA tools in a month of lunches. Okay, let's have a look at Azure Arc Enabled Data Services. So we will start with a mouse that, there we go. Let's start in the portal. So if we look in the portal here, this is just a resource group. And, we could look on and we can see that we've got these things here. So we've got a custom location, a Kubernetes Azure Arc, and an Azure Arc data controller. These are all running on my NUCs, which are sat in my office over there. So if you like, this is my local on-prem data center holding my data services. We need to have our connected cluster. So that needs to be created to connect my NUC Kubernetes to the portal. We need the location so that we know that we can deploy to our data controller in this place. And we need a data controller. So Beard NUC DC, that's a data controller. We've also got, if we look here, we also have AKS. So we've got an Azure Kubernetes Services Kubernetes cluster running, and that's got a location and a connected cluster and a DC. And if we come a little bit further down and zoom in again, and let's do it that way instead. There we go. We also have an EKS cluster. So that's running in AWS's, in Amazon's cloud, AWS. So we've got a Kubernetes cluster there. And that, again, has got cluster location, connected cluster, and a DC, a data controller. So we can see we've got all of these resources available to us in the portal. Also got a Hyper-V one that's just a single Linux box that I've got running on here as well. So we could have a look at maybe our dashboards. So we've got our Azure Arc enabled dashboard here. This is the dashboard that I've created, and that has got our metrics for our instance running in EKS, our instance running in AKS, and the instance running on my NUC. And I've got my transactions per second, I've got my memory uses, I've got my CPU. I can see exactly what's been going on these three instances. And I can also gather all of the logs. They're automatically gathered because these are directly connected. And these logs are then put into log analytics. So I can create maybe something about how many logins we've had that have failed, or maybe how many backups we've had that have failed. So the NUCs, MIs had some failed backups, and then we could look here. AKS has got some failed backups. I can see how many logins I've got running over time. I can explore my logs and have all this filtered up to me at the top at a high level. I can see exactly what is going on. Maybe I wanted to look at an individual instance. Well, let's pick Ben Nook MI. So we can look here. This is now inside our Azure portal. And I could dive into the metrics straight out of log analytics and see the transactions per second for the last, let's have a look at the last 30 minutes. I can explore all of this. Maybe I wanted to look at the logs. So this is going to take me into log analytics in the portal, and it's going to give me some queries, except I haven't got any saved queries here. Maybe if I dive straight into my log analytics workspace and look at my logs, then I'll find that I've got my query history. So maybe I want to have a look at, let's run this one, where my error message in SQL starts with backup. Let me get some information. So I can see single beard, that's my Hyper-V Ben, it says in here, look. So we've got our Hyper-V Ven, we've got some interest there. The backup log was backed up. We've got Beard Linux, so this is running in my NUC, and there we've got some backup errors. So I can explore all of the logs without needing to go and log on to my NUC or log on to EKS or log on to AKS. It's all available for me right here. That's really neat. If we look in Azure Data Studio, we can see that we have, as long as we have installed the Azure Arc extension, so we'll search in extensions for Arc. There's our Azure Arc extension. We install that, then in our servers pane, we have this Azure Arc controllers. So we can connect to a controller. So let's manage our AKS controller. And that's going to give us some information about it. And it's going to tell us that we've got Ben AKS MI. So I can click on that. And now I can get some more information about this, including the links to my Kibana and Grafana. So straight from a normal tool that I could use on my desktop, because I'm connected to my data controller, I can just go and click on this link and I will be able to go to the Grafana instance. So I'll just say, yep, I know I am okay. And it's going to ask me to log in. So now we watch Rob try and type a password whilst talking. Oh, yes. And this is going to give us our Grafana interface. So you see up here at the top, we've got our logs, our host names are all given to us. We can see the transactions per second. If I make this a little bit smaller, you can see you're getting a whole load of information. That's awesome. But they don't just get your managed instance metrics. If we click on this, we've got other dashboards available to us. So we can look at our host node metrics as well. We can see how long our instance has been up, see the CPU usage, the RAM usage, some things about the disk images, how many processes and threads have been going on. We can look at our kernel. Look at this. We've got all of this per CPU usage. Maybe we want to see what's happening with our disk space. We can find out that, our usage. Lots of things that we can dive into here for our host nodes. But even more than that, we can dive into our pods and containers. No, thank you. I don't want to save my changes. We'll have a look in our pods and containers, and that's going to give us even more information going on here. So maybe we'll pick, let's just pick our 2 AKS pods, and that's going to refresh and give us some information at a pod level. Or maybe we only want to look at the SQL containers. Well, we can change this one here to our SQL containers. That's arc SQL MI. And now it's going to show us the information about that. So super good. So let's not sign in. Thank you very much. Let's have a look at it from another point of view. So maybe we're used to using kube control. So we're connecting to a Kubernetes cluster. I don't even know which one I'm connected to, so let's do get nodes. So we'll do kubectl, so it's my Kubernetes CLI, and that looks like I'm connected to my EKS, so I'm connected to Google. Let's do a kubectl get pods, and we'll look in the namespace arc, because that's where they're created. And that's going to show me all of these things that I've got running. So there we have my MI clusters. So this is a 3-node cluster. That's very interesting. Let's explore that a little. If we go and ensure, that could go away, thank you very much. Let's say, so we're looking on our AKS, which means our MI is called EKS. Okay, so we are in the right place. Let's set that up. We'll set some credentials. I've got my credentials. Now, at the command line, we can use AZCLI. Remember, I'm connected to AWS, but I can still use AZCLI. And that is going to list out my managed instance on EKS and give me my endpoint, how my SQL can connect to it. It can also, with this one, it can show me all of the information, including the links to my metrics or my logs. And finally, with endpoint list, I can just get the endpoints that I need, my log search or my metrics. So let's click on the log search for EKS. Yes, I'd like to continue. Thank you very much. And this time we need to put in a password again. Can Rob type the same password twice in a row? Yes, he can. It looks like he can. So now we can just go and find out, have a look in our Kibana instance. We could maybe discover some things. Maybe we want to see what's been going on. Got anything interesting we can see? Oh, well, there we go, look. So I successfully got the AG configurations. Here are some information about my availability group. Okay, so I'm going to grab that endpoint list and I'm going to set it to be a SQL instance. And I'm going to connect this SQL instance with DBA tools. So we're just going to log in slowly. There we go. And I'm going to set a default parameter. And now let's have a look. Remember I said we've got an availability group. Let's clear that one and let's run this. Let's get our availability group, see what we have running. So we've got an availability group that's called the name of our EKS instance. We can see that we've got a replica primary, we've got 3 availability replicas, and we've got some availability databases. Excellent. We've also got our listener. We could look at our replicas. You know, we could start looking at all of the things because this is just a SQL instance. We could get our last backup. Let's see when we were last backup. Oh, good. Thank you, DBA tools. For some reason on a container, we get that one every now and again. And if I run it again, then we'll see that there we are, master and database. So let's format that as a list so we can actually see, because our computer name is quite long. So we're going to grab our last backups for our databases, and you can see that our last full backup was taken a few hours ago. We haven't got any diffs or logs because nothing's been happening on here as well. Let's just say it's just an instance, looks exactly the same. We could go and grab some databases. We could restore a database. Let's restore a database. So I'm going to push our location. I'm not going to do that actually. I am going to change to a different cluster. I'm going to change to my Nook instead. So we'll make sure we're on my Nook. Yep, on my Nook, which means that my instance is called, if only I had a dashboard that would tell me what that was, Ben Nook MI. There we go. So we'll go to Ben Nook MI. Everything else will be the same, but we'll need to, oh no, we'll need to grab that. And we'll grab this, and then we will connect. Okay, so let's have a look at our databases. So on here, we've got master, tempdb, msdb. So let's push our location. We're just going to copy our backup file from where it's stored into our container. We'll pop our location back again. We can use DBA tools to explore and see that we've got our file in the right place. And now we just restore our database. Restore DBA database works with any version of SQL, as long as we've got a connection. So we're just going to restore this database onto our instance. And even though it failed to refresh, our restore is complete. So if we refresh our connection and look at our database, and you can see that our database is available. And you'll also notice something else interesting. If we look at our database, you can see that its recovery model is full. Now, this is just a default AdventureWorks backup, which would create a simple database, but it's already been created as a full. And we've already got a full backup. It's fascinating. How did that happen? Even better, if we look at our availability group, look at all of our databases, we can see that AdventureWorks has been added just by restoring it onto our instance. We've got AdventureWorks added into our availability group and synchronized already. It's super good. Love it. It's amazing. So let's have a look. We just have in Azure Data Studio, they're just instances. There's nothing unusual about them. We could refresh this one and grab our databases. There's our AdventureWorks. It's just a database with data in it. We can just connect to it. We can manage it in Azure Data Studio and have a look. You see, we've got our databases. We could look at our AdventureWorks database. We can check our always on, and everything is synchronized. Estimated RPO, no seconds. Perfect. Everybody's happy. So that's super good. What about deploying a new instance? How could we go about doing that? Well, let's pick anything. Let's deploy to, well, why not? Let's deploy to our EKS instance. So we are going to use some Bicep because it's just in the portal. So we'll set our location. We will set some variables, so beard arc, the name of the MI, where our what the name is of our data controller and whereabouts it is, so our cluster location. We'll set some credentials for our logins, and then we're just going to deploy a bicep file. So I'm going to run that, and we cannot validate the argument on parameter name. Excellent. Which name did I not run? Let's try that again. There we go. So we can see that we are going to create in this resource group using this template file, some names, username and password, give it some request limits for memory and for CPU, give it some data storage sizes, give it a class name for our storage. Remember, this is the different sorts of storage we might want for our instance, and choose how many replicas we want, 1, 2, or 3. I have 3, why not? And business critical tier or general purpose tier, and we'll say that it is a dev one. And my Azure credentials have not been set up great, so you've decided to do that, and that's because, ooh, that's interesting. Let's do it in this one instead. Create a new session. So PBA tools and the no thank you, I would like to be logged into that one, please. Thank you very much. DBA tools and the AZ account are a little bit peculiar. They sometimes don't work very well together. So let's set all of this again. Now we can run, and as this runs, here we are, it's going to start running. Now, if we go back into the portal and we have a look at our resource group and we look at our deployments, what we're going to see here is we're deploying a managed instance because it's just a bit of bicep. So we're deploying a new instance into AWS, into a cluster running over there from the portal, or from Azure, using bicep. And that's going to start going. And in fact, if we come back to here, which let's see which context we were in. So give me some information. So we're on the local one. So we need to be on this one, I think. So that was an awesome tick. Let's connect to this cluster, and we'll check we're on the right cluster. Yep, we're on our EKS cluster. So now we can do a kubectl get pods namespace arc, and that's going to show us that our Ben AKS is already running. Super quick to do it. Actually, we've just updated it because we already had one there. But it just shows you how quick it is to be able to deploy a managed instance from the portal. Maybe we could just deploy one straight from the portal. So let's go to our resource group, and I'll go create, please. And I'll create a managed, I cannot spell, SQL managed instance Azure Arc. Okay, I will create that. That sounds like a good deal to me. We're going to call it PDC-MI, and we're going to pick a location. So where shall we deploy this one? Let's deploy this one in AKS instead. What type do I want? I'm going to have a load balancer. I'm going to check that that is correct. But I think I want a load balancer. Yep, I would like to have a load balancer, please. And now Rob needs to type the same password twice in a row whilst also talking, which is always an interesting challenge. Oh, done good. He has done good. So I could configure my computer, my storage, but I'm going to leave those as they are for now. And we won't have any tags because why not? Now we are going to, come on, validate. There we go. We'll create. So I'm going to initialize this deployment. So straight from the portal, I just filled in a few things. Start deploying PDC MI. If I go and have a look in my cluster, this tool is called Lens. It's a beautiful way of looking at what a cluster looks like. And what we will see in here very shortly, there we go, look, is our PDC MI has already started creating. We've got 3 pods being created. And if we went and had a look, you can see that they are coming from using an image, Microsoft Arc SQL MI image. So we're always going to get the latest SQL version here. We've got a lot of config that's done. You know, I haven't had to think about making sure I've got the right things in the YAML file, passing in all of the right values. It's all been taken care of for me and put into this deployment. Now, whilst this is running, I'm going to tell you about some other parts of this. So this is our Arc namespace. This is where all of our Azure Arc enabled data services is running. And we've got, as you can see, we've got an instance running at the top, Ben AKS. We've got this bootstrapper container, which is connecting to the Arc service, controlling all of the things. These ones here, let's do this. These are all the things I was talking about when I was saying that the data controller has got the ability to have all of the logs gathered, all of the metrics. We've got Grafana and Kibana all available to us. It automatically uploads. It takes care of high availability and provisioning. This is all happening with all of these things here. So you can go and explore them and see what's happening. This one is our controller, our data controller. And if we have a look, we've got 2 containers, FluentBit and our controller. If we have a look in our controller logs, with a little bit of luck, we're going to see something to do with our PDC. You see, our PDC MI is not quite ready yet. 0 ready pods and 1 unready pod. But it won't be very long before, if we look in our pods, so see it says container creating. So it only takes a few minutes to do this. Now we've got some that are running. So you can see that our collect D to go and gather our information is running. Our FluentBit is running. So we're just waiting on the SQL instance. So come on, SQL instance, let's come up to us. But whilst that's running there, let's go back into Azure Data Studio. And we will look at our AKS Arc controller. So we'll manage this one. And this time, what we'll see, not quite. There we go. Now you can see that our PDC MI is available to, well, is available, known about by the data controller. So it's still creating. We can, let's go to that one. That's where we want to be. They are still not quite ready. Typical. Sometimes it takes it quick. Ah, there we go. So it's all up and running. So we could actually look now in our Arc SQL MI. So this is our container logs. So this isn't the error log for SQL. This is the log for the container that is running SQL. And that has got, that shows us what was happening as our container was spinning up. It's joining the cluster, it's doing all sorts of other bits and bobs, sorting out all of its passwords and usernames for doing its connectivity. And then finally it says, my container is now ready. Excellent. So all we need to do is find out what our endpoint list is, which of course we won't find because we've got the wrong name there. So let's put the right name in instead, because we called it PDC-MI. We'll grab our endpoint. We won't grab our endpoint. Go on, give me an endpoint. No, it's not going to work. Let's try. Nah, let's try nothing. We're coming up to out of time, but very shortly we will be able to still think you're creating. Let's refresh one more time. Yeah, it's given us an endpoint, so we'll try this endpoint here, and we will just connect to our instance. So we'll do a new connection. We'll put this in. We'll pick SQL login. The last time, Rob can try and type the password. There we go. And let's see. Are we going to be able to connect? There we are. We've connected to an instance. So hopefully this is a real quick dive through into Azure Arc enabled data services. But you've seen how you'll be able to control all of your data infrastructure, no matter where it lives. We've been looking at something on a Linux Hyper-V box on a set of 3 NUCs in my office, in an AKS cluster in Azure, in an EKS cluster in AWS. We're controlling all of them from the Azure portal. We're able to deploy instances from the Azure portal to AWS. We were able to deploy instances from the command line using Bicep to deploy. We can view everything within the portal, see all of our resources. We can look at all of the logs in Log Analytics, and the metrics are available to us, create dashboards for one point of view. But on each one of those Kubernetes clusters, call them data centers, something like that. And each one of those, we can go in and we can get more information about our cluster. So we can gather the Grafana metrics and the Kibana log from all of our managed instances that are running. So we can make sure that we can control them there. I really, really like Azure Arc enabled data services. I can see lots of use cases for it. It's going to be a super, super tool for you to use. So I am 1 minute away from the end of my time. So if anybody has any questions, please feel free to put them into the chat, or I'm sure somebody will pass them over to me. Otherwise, thank you very much. My name has been Rob Sewell. Let's do it. There we go. You're more than welcome. Thank you very much. Yeah, it doesn't look like there are any questions, but you know where to find me. Feel free to come and ask. Go and have a read of that book and enjoy Azure Arc enabled data services. Thank you.
with the application containerization and deployment. So let's quickly start with recognizing our sponsors. So thanks to the Cloud Labs and Spectra System for giving us this. Am I audible? Okay, should I start? So yeah, coming back to the thanks to our generous sponsors who helped us, presenting our topics to the audience, and thank you all guys for such a good audience. So today's topic is basically on the containerization of our application, and if time permits, we'll go and look out for the deployment. So the agenda goes with these topics that I shortlisted for basically this much of time. So we will be covering like what is good, how our container based application is different from our traditional or naive based approach that we follow in our regular projects. Then we will be going through the different way of deploying our application or building our application. Then we will check like how we can trigger like a system trigger mechanism system that we configure at our code base, and then we will go through the best practices that we can follow, uh, going by the optimization of our containers and like optimizing the pipelines and everything. We'll look out for all those things. So going with the first topic that we have, the containers versus VMs. So like I remember like in my previous projects, we were usually deploying our artifacts on different set of VMs for testing purpose, and for production as well we have a separate VM. So but currently we with the containerization approach, everything was way apart. So but the thing is like every application cannot be containerized, so there is a limitation on that. Basically like the way the use case we have, so if you have a monolithic application that has a lot of IO operation, and that has a basically lot of integration points with other monolithic application, we try to basically have it in that way only. We cannot containerizing that application would take a lot of effort. So yeah, so basically containerization and VMs, those are two different things, but we'll go through them, like what all different things we have in containers and what all different things we have in VMs. So basically if if we if we want basically a more scalable approach to our solution, like currently we have one particular resource dedicated for this service, and we want like multiple resources basically for optimization or basically for improving our performance. In that way we can choose containers. We can go ahead with the containers because containers helps us in optimizing the optimizing the resources like in a better way. So that would be the best way. And going by the speed as well, it is way faster in comparison to the VM's way, like the other approach. Then if we check like the core, the basic of containers and VMs. So on the containers we have like isolations on the core basis, like on the thread basis itself. But some parts of those things can be shared across different containers. So in that way it works in a better way. But in case of VMs, it is completely isolated, like there is no boundary which we can share across through two VMs. And also the way it manages is through hypervisors. So even if you go to the cloud, it may appear like we have a dedicated resource allocated to us like EC2 or some other instance, but on top of that, on top of that, they might be using some hypervisors to control their VMs. So that is the case with the isolations. Then coming back to the cost as well. So containers cost us, very less in comparison to VMs. So we can look out for like cloud services that we get. So if we provision some EC2 instance, it will cost us way higher than we have than the containers if we can spawn in some other VMs or some in our own system itself. It is way cheaper. And yeah, I already mentioned like this from the scalability point of view. We don't have any limit as such. We can scale as much as we want, but in context to the VM, we have a resource limited. Like we cannot create multiple VMs because that will be like a dedicated resource allocated to that particular VM. So yeah, that is in context to those two approaches. As I am from developer background, I prefer like if there is some less learning curve, I prefer that approach. And I found like the containers had very less learning curve. I mean, in comparison to VM. So if we are basically deploying something or basically configuring something, it requires less effort in context to the container based approach. So it is very much low complexity way approach. That's what I say. So yeah, and that is basically overall discussion on the containers versus VM. So let's go with our next topic, so which is like Podman and Docker. So both are basically a way to containerize your application. And right now Docker is a universal, basically accepted solution for containerization. But yeah, there is a basic difference between two. So as you can see, like in case of Docker, we have a daemon which is always running on the background, and our CLI commands basically interact with the daemon, and daemon in a way it interacts with the registry and all other integrated systems. But in context to Podman, we have like we don't have any daemon running, so it directly executes basically interacts with the other parts of the system. So that is basically way better approach, we can say, in a way. But yeah, it's up to us basically to decide what to do. And then Podman is also an OCI compliant, like all the rules and set of features decided by OCI, they are already there. So Red Hat basically recommends Podman because it's way open sourced, and basically we can I'll give you the repo at the end, basically, where we can put out our pull request, and we can raise some issues as well. So it is way better. Not better, but yeah, recommended way. Yeah. So if you go to the next agenda, that we have like how we can build our containers. So we can build our containers through like if we are building through from scratch, so we can use like our scratch image, like so there is a way, basically the Dockerfile syntax has a set of commands. So it basically takes a base image as a reference. So if you don't want any base image, you can provide like from scratch. So it has nothing at all. You can install everything from the zero. And if you want something like some core OS or some basic features on top of which you want to deploy your application, you can use like this set of base images like Alpine, Busybox, or UBI images. So these are like better, or maybe it also again depends upon our use case. So like if you go with the UBI minimal, it has minimal set of you can say core function features that we require for our system. Then if we go with the UBI init, it has some web components which are minimal for any container to get started with. So these are again depends on our use cases. So similarly, if we want like a full-fledged system, like everything is there, like wget, curl, ping, everything should be there, we can use other variant of base images like Debian, Ubuntu, CentOS, or maybe RHEL. We can use anything for the base images. So yeah, so that's with the base image context. But yeah, if that is if we are building with our Docker or Podman or some other variant of our container. But what if we want nothing of that sort? But if we want like a Dockerless containerization, basically we can use Maven plugin for that. So through if we configure our Maven plugin with this like zip or builda, we can have like with the containerization without basically installing Docker or Podman. So yeah, so these are just plugins that we can configure on our pom.xml, or maybe when we are building our project, we can build it by providing this at the runtime, and it will basically generate our Docker file which have all those dependency without having our mastery on the best practices that we require for the Docker or anything. Then for the builder as well, it is similar, like it is daemonless tool for building our OCI compatible images, and it has a very low level like core utils interfaces, which I mean it is basically better way to get started with the containerization without getting deeper into the containerization. I mean, it is just, you just need to have an overview like how does that work. Then builder is again does not depend on any daemon, as I mentioned. So we don't require Docker or cryo for building any image, and it also works without root privileges. That is one feature. Basically, we don't need any root privileges to build our basically generate the Docker image as well. So the Docker image that we get built, it does not get pushed to the image repository that we have, but it get pushed to the local image repository that we get when if we have any of Podman or Docker itself. So that is one thing here. But yeah, so that is with the Docker or containerization. But what if you have right now is an image, like you created an image through Podman, Docker, Builda, or JBI. You have an image, but that image, how would you deploy it to basically a server or a VM or any of those things? How would you deploy it? Or suppose if you don't have an image as well, how if you want to create an image through pipeline as well? So these are basically such tools we can use for basically building our image or deploying our image as well. So first one is like S2I, then we have Jenkins, that we have GitLab pipelines. So through them basically we can easily configure our build pipeline as well as the deploy pipeline. So we'll go through them one by one. So first one is S2I. So S2I is basically source to image. So what it does is basically we provide a GitLab or GitHub path to the S2I bundle, and it basically clones that repository, builds it with the command that we provide, and generates a image at the end. And we can that image we can run through through Docker or Podman, anything that we have on our local system. We can also configure S2I with the Jenkins as well. Like we can provide the S2I path, like it when the job runs, it takes the GitHub or GitLab repository at the build or job itself and generates an image. So it's like it can be configured at different levels, and if you want to test it out like on our local system, we can do so. Like we can install this package on our local Fedora or anything Linux system, or maybe Windows as well, and we can test it out like if our application is working in a containers or in a isolated environment as well. How would that work? So we can test it out easily. So S2I. Then the next is our GitLab CI. So we have the GitLab. So most of our projects are on GitLab as well. So GitLab could be like the external GitLab instance, or it could be the internal GitLab instance. But in both of them, basically they have this feature. Like if we have this .gitlab.ci YAML file, if we configure that file, it automatically takes it as a build or deploy configuration, and whatever we configure at the CI/CD, it basically execute those steps in the configuration itself. So I'll show you this sample file. So you can see here, like we have this Python latest as image, these variables, and we run these steps at. I mean, this is completely a YAML file, and those many steps you can use for building those images. So that is the case. Are you guys able to see my screen? Sorry. So yeah, that is the case, and going with the next version. So we have this GitLab CI, and so in case of GitLab CI, we have one different set of problem solving as well as a different set of problems as well. So the thing is, like we get a lot of things via the GitLab way, because our code is there already, and we are building and deploying through the same. So this would be much faster way, because you don't have to basically download or SSH your code to different server. But yeah, but the thing is, like we get a lot of different set of vulnerabilities there. So the one of the feature that I found is like secret management. So there was like the secrets, we can store it as a variable in an encoded format, but we might have to provide a way through encryption. Like we can configure encryption at the at the start level, as well as when we are building or deploying it on VM or another server. We might have to decrypt it at that end. So that we have to configure at our own. I mean, GitLab does not provide that, but yeah, I'm not sure about the latest version. So that is the thing here with the GitLab. So coming to the Jenkins way. So in the Jenkins, basically it has a set of Groovy files, or maybe you can say a set of right now it is getting declarative as well. So it could be the YAML files as well. So both of them basically through both of them we can configure our build or deploy pipeline. So so in a way, basically Jenkins has a lot of plugin features, like a vast community, very big community is basically supporting Jenkins, and so there is a lot of external plugins that we can configure on Jenkins instance. And I mean, so I have listed a few, like we have Docker's plugins, we have OpenShift plugin, we can configure mails, or I mean SSH server, anything we can configure on the Jenkins server. So there is a vast majority of plugins that we can use on the Jenkins part. And also it is a widely used way to configure our pipeline. A lot of DevOps guys are basically using Jenkins. So yeah, so they are, so it's basically more of a production ready application. Also, like as it is, like the previous two were more of like the project, if the project is in the development stage. But Jenkins is like more of a like standardized way. I mean, as I mean, a lot of companies are basically going with the Jenkins part. So so it is developed like in a full-fledged standardized way, and it is very, very easy to get started with. And but yeah, again, the thing is, the disadvantage is that like we might need to install it, or we might to configure it in a different instance or in a different server. That is one thing that that is here. So yeah, so that is the, if I open this sample file, so yeah, this is a sample file. So you can see, like I have configured this, like I was trying this GitLab GitHub code to build and deploy pipeline, and it was a I mean, so for that it is just a sample repo that I've created in this way. And yeah, that is the thing. If I go with the next, like I'll skip my next slide, I will go with the next slide. Okay, so the next I have added as a bonus. So like I recently I was trying this Tecton pipeline, which we were deploying on the OpenShift environment. So there were a set of YAML files or like which we configured. We added like different steps, like build and deploy steps or mail steps or notify steps in those pipelines, and then we configured this, and also we have to configure the pipeline as a separate YAML file, and services, routes, secrets, or configuration, all those needs to be specified in YAML files. And we just have to basically apply those YAML files and process them on OpenShift to basically get it started. So all those like above features are like I mean can be basically triggered by different set of things. Like we can manually configure it, like if we want to deploy or we want to release uh, our basically release or on the weekly basis or bi-weekly basis, or maybe we can configure it on our GitLab or GitHub instance by a trigger hook. So we whenever like some merge request happens or some push request happens, sorry, so we can basically trigger that Jenkins job, and it will basically process those YAML files on the OpenShift cluster or that project, and all those like all those artifacts will be updated with the latest release. And yeah, that is like I mean, you don't have to do anything, you don't have to do much. It's just like you clicked a push button and it deployed your artifact onto the latest OpenShift project. So yeah, that's with the pipeline stuff. So yeah, I wanted to show you my demo, but unfortunately I have some electricity outage. So let's go with the container optimization. Okay, so wait, let me, okay, my slide. Sorry, my slide was Lord. Okay, so that is with the, so if we go with the containers optimization, so like we can have ephemeral storage. So the thing is, like, what happens if we so that happens with me when I was basically trying to install Jenkins on my system. So what happens, like, whenever the container is down, or maybe when you close this container, uh, everything you have done on that container, it get destroyed. So we might need a way basically to rebuild or basically get our data back in a way. So we can do that via basically creating some persistent volume somewhere, and we can store our data in that. So in a way, basically the data get persist or the uh, stopped and destroyed cycle, and we can have like a same Jenkins running again once our container is up. So that is with the ephemeral. And then like, so the second step is like the basic one. So what happens, like, when we are building our image, uh, we always forget the context. So what happens, like if we do like docker run -t and then our build docker image name, and then dot, the dot signifies the context. So the present directory in that way is our context. So whatever is in the present directory, it could be hidden file, or it could be some ignore file, or some generated files that we don't want in our context. It gets copied into the newly built Docker image. So we don't want that. So whenever we are basically creating a new image, we want to ensure that the context is always I mean, what we require. Otherwise the image would be bulkier, and it would be bigger in size, and we don't want that. We don't want we want the lighter image. And I mean, the image that does it works. It doesn't need anything else than what is required. So in that way, build context is very important for creating a new image. So then we have there are a lot of other ways like creating an image. So if we want to basically create an image through like without creating a Docker file itself, we can, I mean, or basically we want like in some scenarios what happens, we want to have a dynamic Docker file that is created at the runtime, like when we are building our code, the artifact get deployed, and we want to copy that artifact to a different set of features or different set of software or application. And I mean, it is at runtime, so we want a, I mean, the static Docker file might not fulfill that purpose, and for that purpose we might require a dynamic Docker file. And in that context, the pipe ways, I mean, our solution. So basically we can write our Docker file on the go itself through the pipe command that we have in the Linux, and it will write our Docker file at the runtime itself. So in that way we can have this dynamic Docker file. And yeah, so Docker ignore file is just like our git ignore file with a set of tokens or basic keywords that we specify, which prevent like the Docker to exclude those things, those set of features when we are building those image. So it is just like, I mean, it is just like, I mean, in a similar way, context checking, like you don't want those things in as a part of your image, but yeah, we might have to include them. Like it is, I could see like people usually ignore this Docker ignore file, but yeah, in a way it is a good practice to always include the Docker ignore file. And then we have this multi-stage build. So yeah, so multi-stage build is again a good way to configure our Docker file. So so in our last project, we had like we had to configure a lot of things in our new image, and it was getting very bulky at the end. But what we did to solve that problem is like we had this template image which have all those things required, and at the end we created a new image through the template image. And that image had all those only artifact, like the end result of the template image. So in a way the end image was much lighter and much to the point, like it did all it required and nothing else. So, and we can always I mean, we were not using the template image, we were always using the end result and image. And yeah, the deployment was way faster in that way. So again, I mean, that again depends on our use case. So yeah, I recently encountered a code where basically I was asked to optimize the Docker files, and they had a lot of steps in a single image. And what I did, I created this multi-staged Docker file, and I mean, it looks way nicer in that way as well, because everything was crystal clear, like what all things were needed in the container. And but the end result was way lighter. So the thing is, like when it gets deployed to EC2 instance, it takes a lot of things. So that was minimized to an extent. So I mean, so that's why that the way it is a good practice. Again, so this multi-line argument, again, when we are installing a set of dependencies like like yum install and -y, and then get git wget curl. So if we have all those packages in a sorted manner at the end, when we are basically changing any sort of thing, or maybe some new developer is working on those part, if he wants to basically check if some package is there, he can always check it out through the sorted list. Otherwise what happens, like people, if that is unsorted, people put it over there and there will be duplicate packages. So it is just in a way signifies a better practice. And then we have like the build cache. So cache, so in my existing for the demo part, I created one Jenkins instance, and there I used a persistent volume for mounting the .m2 folder that we have, like for all the Maven dependencies. So that Maven folder for me acted as a cache. So basically, whenever I'm downloading, I'm building a new image, it always refer back to the same M2 folder that I have mounted on my local system, and then it gives the same set of. I mean, it downloaded a set of jars, and it does not need to download the same jars again. So it helps us in a faster build process, or faster basically creating those images. All those things can be improved in this way, in this approach. So the next slide is, yeah, it is again the container optimization. Yeah, so this is again the best practices that we follow. Like we always label our images, so that when we are basically checking or pulling those images, we have like those tags or labels attached to this image. Then like we can separate. So these are just the best practices. So we separate our Docker file with the backslashes. So for the multi lines indent, like for the if we have multiple lines and we don't want the enter or line space, we can always put our backward slash and for completing that command. Then the cache bursting and version pinning. Basically, what happens when we suppose there is a command called apt-get install some package, and it fails basically. But the thing is, we don't want it to be failed. So it means like that package is not required, or we can proceed without that as well. So we can basically bypass that with a different set of command. Like we can append that with and or condition. And so in the combined command will always execute, and in a way it will proceed to the next step. So if you want like it always executes the next step, you can always configure like our commands in that way. So similarly, like at the end, basically when we are running anything like for CMD or entry point, we can configure through executable, like which shell we want, like the sh shell, bash shell. We can provide that, and the command to run, and then the parameters in that format we can provide that. And so that is basically a good practice to follow. Then again, add and copy. So add is basically more of a like we don't need to unzip and untar the ball on the container side. So it again depends on our use case. So whenever we have we want to copy some small files or some zip files, we can always add those files to the containers, and it will be much faster in that way. So that is the thing. Let me reshare my screen once again. So yeah, so let me share it. Okay, so this is the Jenkins instance that I created, and I have this project. I have this demo project already created, and I want to basically deploy this project to the Jenkins instance that we have. So what I had created is like I have this Docker file already created, which is nothing but just the base image like OpenJDK that I'm using here, and I'm just adding all those artifacts that are needed to run this application at the end. And at the end, I'm just running this Java command with the arguments. So this is basically your Docker file. I mean, it's the simpler version that I could find, and in a way, it will be much simpler to understand as well. So again, so this will basically create a Docker file, but how will it get triggered? So for that, I have this Jenkins file, which basically nothing but it has these steps like the clone repository step, then build jar, build image step, push to the Docker repository step, and deploy to our app server. So these are the steps that are required, and so I have configured this Jenkins instance that is again running on the Docker machine, Docker image, and on my local system. So what it does is basically the Jenkins file, it uh, it basically clones this repo from the GitHub, and I have provided this command like to build this command and generate those artifacts. Once those artifacts get generated, I have this build image command, which is provided by Jenkins. So there are a lot of plugins that we get from Jenkins. So this is one of them, Docker plugin, Docker pipeline, and so this plugin basically takes those artifacts, runs that Docker file, and create a Docker image for us. And once we have that Docker image, this image is basically I've created, like, this is the image. So I want this image to be tagged as well, like with a different set of versions each time this build job is triggered. So this app.push basically does that part for me. It appends one build number to the image tag, and once we have that im- im- uh, image build with that version, we basically deploy to our app server. So this is again depends on our use case. For me, it was simpler. What I did was basically I connected with my Jenkins server or one VM that I had configured, and I copied uh, the I copied this deploy.sh file, which is nothing but that run command that we need to execute on the end system. So I copied this command and executed this command with this argument. This argument is just for fetching the latest image, latest version of that image. So I'll show you the deploy command as well. So deploy.sh is just 3 or 4 line command. So what it does is basically kills the previous running instance, and then pulls the latest image with the build tag, and runs that on that and VM or machine that we have. So the latest image gets running on the VM, and we have everything working out. So yeah, this is the end job that we have. You can see like everything is passing over there, and we have the latest tag built up on the Docker image. I've used this registry as it is a public registry. You can use it for testing purpose. So this is just a test project I created for this demo purpose. But yeah, if you want to do it similar, I mean replicate the similar on your project stuff, we can always configure the image repository for our project as a separate instance, and we can do it everything on our project itself, on our intercom organization itself. So that is in context to the understanding application containerization. Any questions, any doubts? If you have, you can ping me or you can ask me right now.
Techaholic was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and the global communities. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic. Techaholic was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and global communities. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic.
Hi, thanks for joining.
Hi, Chen.
Fantastic. Hi, Ajay. Hi, everyone. We have got all volunteers and organizers over here. Prasoon, Bala, Sunesh, Ajay, Yap, and myself. We need to wait for a couple of minutes. Alok and others will also join. So, Ajay, over to you. What you're going to show to us now? Can you hear us loud and clear?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Cool. I think he is in mute. That's okay.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest struggle of online meetings. Yesterday, I managed to first have the wrong speaker selected because HDMI is speaker sometimes, and the wrong microphone. So that can be challenging.
True. Ajay, you're still on mute. I think, yeah, I'll unmute you.
I think it's, I was muted from here as well. Now you can hear me, right?
Yes, loud and clear.
I
Fantastic.
was saying cheers to Yap as he's leaving early.
Yeah, he is
Let
getting
Alok
ready.
join. Yeah. Let Alok join and then we'll begin.
Yeah, sure. You informed Alok, right, to join here?
Yeah, he's joining.
So now the big reveal will Chen actually turn on his camera?
You want me to turn on the camera? Yes, I can do that. Very well.
Oh, I haven't seen you in 2 days. So that's where the magic happens.
And we are all in white. That's good. I kept my laptop right to me, so you can't see me in the front view. You can see me in this angle, so but that's okay. I can turn this way. Fantastic. Ravi is going to join. Yeah, Alok is in. Hi, Alok. Thanks for joining. Can you hear us loud and clear? Hi, Alok. Can you hear me?
Looks like Alok has muted his browser tab when he joined before.
Alok, it seems you're on mute.
I think just put a message in the private chat.
I think he has muted his browser window.
It's checking it out. Oh my God, now it should not unmute.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. So here we are towards the end of the 2 days, 2 wonderful days of technology deep dive and brainstorming. So today we are going to close the PDC Conf 2021 now. And before I start talking about some of the aspects about the conference, I have one of my organizers who would be wanting to leave a bit early. I would invite Zap. So we will have a quick chat with him before he leaves for his other commitment. So Zap, a quick word from you. How was your experience in this conference, working a couple of weeks or months behind the scene, and then these 2 days?
I think it's mostly great that everything went so smoothly, because we were using a lot of different tech that we haven't used before, but everyone just picked up really quickly, and the speakers were very professional. So I'm just very pleased with the way the conference went down. And I even managed to jump into a couple of sessions, or at one point I was looking at all sessions at the same time and occasionally muting and unmuting to see what is going on. So I can't say I've seen I can say I've seen everything, but I haven't followed everything. So I think the best part about it is that it's almost weekend now, so we can spend some time going over the recordings and take a look at what has happened and what I've missed. But all in all, it's been a fantastic experience, and I know most of you folks already, so it was great working with you all again. Thank you for all your hard work.
All right. So thanks, Zap. Thanks for all the hard work that you have done. And now let's get started with some of the interesting facts about the conference that we have been conducting. So this year we did a 2-day event, unlike a 3-day event in 2019. And because of the reasons that you're aware, we were not able to meet in person. We had to decide doing this as an online event, a virtual event. So let's very quickly look at how we have progressed across this event. So PowerShell Asia has been running in for last 4 years at Singapore. And this was brought into Bangalore in 2019, where we got an opportunity to meet many of you. Unfortunately, this time we were not that lucky. So in 2019, we had 3 tracks, all focused around the PowerShell. We had about 40 sessions delivered by 25 international speakers across these 3 days. And we also had a day dedicated for workshops. So moving from there, we saw a very engaging conference in 2019, and we were highly encouraged to see your contributions, the speakers as well as the audience, and we were highly encouraged to make this event bigger and larger. So while,
Hello,
as I
sorry
said
to
earlier, we
interrupt.
missed meeting you in 2020, we decided to make 2021 event larger. We not only additionally added the number of sessions, we added tracks, and along with that, we added the...
Alok, you have to share your screen if you can.
Hello.
Good. I didn't unmute him. Now. Got a note. He got a note.
All right, so hope now you will see the screen as well. So as I said, we in 2019, we met you at Bangalore. We did a three-day event, and now we moved this event. We included newer tracks from one single PowerShell track. We moved to 3 different technologies. We included DevOps and cloud as well. And this year, we did about 60 sessions, and we had 56 international speakers coming forward, contributing to make this larger. So I would be highly thankful to everyone who has contributed. And of course, you audience or attendees who have invested their time, we thoroughly appreciate your time that you have invested at PDC Conf 2021. So we would like to make this rewarding. We have some giveaways for you. There are 300 participants who can win Microsoft Azure Fundamental Practice Test. So these would be given to you based on the feedback forms that we have sent across to you on your emails. So we request you to fill in these feedbacks, and 300 people, the early birds, will be able to redeem these vouchers. So please don't miss out this opportunity. And secondly, we are also giving away 30 Azure Labs, which are based on your social media activities throughout the conference. So across the conference, we have been highlighting you to make your sessions say published on the social media. So based on those activities, we are going to allocate these 30 Azure Lab access as well. In the conferences, we generally look at keynotes as people coming in from varied industry experiences, talking about how this technology can influence the world, influence the organizations, and influence the technology professionals like us. So we had two speakers, Satya Vel from Microsoft, and we had Vikas Bhosle from Crayon Software coming and delivering keynotes, very insightful information provided to us on the day 1 and day 2 keynotes. For the first time, we decided to bring in a different flavor, a non-technical one, to the conference. We wanted all you geeks to look at an holistic development and career progression. So we introduced the life skill sessions by Gauri and Arun. And I'm just hoping that this would be very, very interesting, and you would have enjoyed and learned how to manage some of the aspects outside your technology career as well. And this is something just overwhelming to me. We had contributions from 56 international speakers coming in from different time zones. Their passion to contribute here has been heartwarming. Some of these sessions would have been taken very, very early in the morning, or some of them would have taken them towards the late midnight or very late evenings of their time. So highly, highly thankful. Truly, truly thankful to all of these contributors. Without them, we wouldn't have the audience attending these wonderful sessions. Some of our young friends had put in a lot of effort managing things at the back end. So anything that has went right in the conference has been a contribution of these volunteers. So they have been a great support for managing this event for us. And here you have a team who has put in many months trying to brainstorm and create an event that makes sense for all of you. So there is always a scope for improvement, and we would look forward for your feedbacks to continue improving these events. And as our commitment still goes, we will still want this event to grow bigger and larger. For any event, we require a big team. We require support from different contributors. So here we have a few of the first to call out. We have our event sponsors, the Spectra Systems, and we have this event was supported by Microsoft and the MVP community. So we would like to thank all of them. And we as Techolic, we brought in this event, we powered this event, and we we have a strong commitment to you to make this bigger and larger. I would also like to put in a quick word for Mixkit and a video for bringing in some contributions in the audio and the video space. The music and the video that you have been experiencing across these days. And with that, I would like to thank all of you for spending time with us. I would like, I feel grateful that you have spent time with us and letting us conduct these events. So now I would like to invite all my organizers to come and share their experiences.
Thank you. So Chen, we can start from you. So you go first, doing lots of technical work there, right? So over to you.
Hey, Ajay, thanks a lot. Actually, I should thanks
Yeah,
everybody.
Ravi, Ajay, please go ahead, Chan.
Can you hear me? Okay, good, fantastic. Hey, thanks a lot, Alok. Thanks, Ajay, and everyone. It's really fantastic to team up with you guys again for the year 2021. I think that this year we have done a great job because we have got a new tool and this is a new experience for all of us. Actually, it's not that easy. In the last 2 weeks of short span of time, actually we picked up, and we also engaged volunteers, and they assisted us well, and they really helped us a lot. And it's not that easy for us to organize and engage it in short span of time and execute a conference like this. And this is not a normal conference, an international conference, and we have got a speakers across the geography. And if we do any kind of a delay that occurs an issue, and we have people across the time zone, actually we have done a great job. We have not got any issues, any escalations. Actually, nobody raised a complaint. It was really good. Unfortunately, we couldn't get a few of the potential speakers onboarded because of their personal reason. But that's okay. Anyways, we will be getting the recording and we will publish it. We conveyed it. Good job. So now I have to pick a name. So I have to take Prasoon and Sunish for doing a fantastic job in the website and hosting it up. And it's not really that easy being from the IT professional background and building up a website, learning Hugo themes and deploying it in the GitHub pages. Actually, they have done a great job and they have got a lot of patience to correct whatever Ajay and myself are commenting on, because we only comment. We actually don't make our hand dirt. We just say there is a grammatical issues, or we say the logo image sizes and stuff, like a project managers. So they actually went onto the ground and made a very great job on that. So eventually the technology evolves. We also upgrade our website. So we will be looking forward from Sunish and Prasoon to work a lot on that. Coming to our volunteers, Bala, it's not, again, as I said, it's not that easy. You have already picked up stuff, and I know that you can now go ahead and give a knowledge transfer on StreamYard to others. And if any other technical events is going to happen, definitely we are going to engage you because you have got a good StreamYard knowledge. Apart from that, the way you coordinated with the speakers and the audience was fantastic. Thanks a lot, Bala. Looking forward to work with you again. I don't want to say some special words to Ravi and Alok because they are our boss. They'll always be there. So anyways, I just want to thank Alok also because he has done some excellent job on PPT, last minute videos, coordinated very well, and very patiently he uploaded the videos along with us, though in his busy schedule. So I'll thank everyone. Thanks a lot, team. Fantastic job. Kudos.
So let me next invite Prasoon. I'm going just randomly, so I can pick anyone.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, as Chen said, it was quite a busy week, a couple of weeks actually, from onboarding volunteers and doing final corrections on the website and making sure all the speakers have confirmed their sessions and following up for recorded sessions. This is the first time that I'm being part of a virtual conference from the back end. And yeah, it's quite difficult. Like we think that in-person conference is quite difficult, but no. Virtual conference also has its own challenges, especially when everything is online. We have huge dependencies with the technology and all other aspects. And as always, the team here is always wonderful. The Bangalore IT Pro team and the Techaholic, we all work together for our community, for our user group meetups, and so we all are anyways connected. And I'm looking back. It was a great experience, and I happened to learn a bit of your website stuff using Hugo, and that was the only time that I touched Hugo and GitHub pages. But that was a great learning for me, and was excited to do the website part. And one thing that I wanted to especially thank is our volunteers, because we have onboarded them pretty late, like few days back, and they have picked up everything very quick, and they have done a great job and helped us a lot handling the sessions, because we have got 4 tracks, and it's not so easy to handle online conferences, right? And we all were novice in this tool StreamYard, and they helped us, and we worked together to make it a success. Yeah.
Thank you, Prasoon. And let me go to the Bala next. Bala, would you like to say something?
Yeah, so thanks for giving me an opportunity to volunteer for the PDC conference. The only regret that I have is I couldn't be a part of the organizing committee, or I couldn't join much more earlier. But it was frankly a great experience for me. I could actually interact with a lot of people a lot of speakers actually. It was a great team effort. We did as a team, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to be a part of such a great initiative. Thanks again.
Okay. Thank you, Bala. And I think we have Abhishek, but before we go to Abhishek, let me go to Sunish. Sunish, over to you.
Yeah, hi. I'm audible. Yeah, so I just want to add to what Prasun told. Like initial days, like it was like me and Prasun sitting at the nights and looking at the website and see like how it is looks like, and we post the status in the our group, and Chen and Ajay have so many review comments. So yeah, but I felt always like it is teamwork. So everyone in this team worked what they want, like what they have to do, and also like running behind like speakers and all those stuff. It was really a great experience, and it also like it helped us to like get so many contacts. So the community always give back so many things. It is like the family around us. So also I am very happy that like I am this time I was able to introduce Bala to our team. Like it was late, but still like I had a discussion with Bala. Then I saw some interest in him, so I thought like yeah, he's the right candidate to come in. So I think my suggestion was a good suggestion. So yeah, I think he can work more and contribute. And also like to add to this, not only Bala, all others, I was closely looking at the volunteers. I was not able to participate much effective in the last few days, but I was closely looking at the volunteers, how they are working. It was really amazing, guys. Like I know there are so many other things you have to do, but still you focused. It is not a small thing. So we all want you to be on our group, in our team. Like we all want to be like in our Bangalore group. So please come and join us. We will be having online events also, and also like in-person meetups soon, I think, right after this COVID situation. So you can meet all these amazing personalities, Chen, Alok, and Ajay, Prasoon, all those things. So come and meet us. Yeah, that's it. That's it from my side. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you, Sunil.
I forgot to highlight one thing. I think Prasoon and Sunish has to update their resume now with the GitHub pages and Google Drive. Now they know how to render a website, a static web page, right? So don't forget it. It's not for a, I'm not kidding. It's not a joke, actually. You have to go ahead and do that. It's really fantastic because in a short span of time, actually, we have achieved that. It's really good work, actually.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
actually, this conference helped us to really look into it, because if you go and GitHub pages were there for a couple of, I mean, at least few last 2 years, I think, but we never had a look into it. But yeah, when the time came, yes, we had to.
Yes, yes. We should thank Ravi, Ravikant.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes,
I was
yes,
about to
yeah.
say we
Ravi
should
suggested.
thank
Yes,
Ravi sir.
yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes. And we are missing him here.
Yes.
yeah. He will
So,
join us sometime later. Yeah, that's okay.
okay. Thank you, guys. And let me go to the Abhishek. Abhishek, would you like to say something? Share your
Yes, I
experience.
like to. Yes, I like to start. Thanks to Mr. Alok, because he thought like I can be a part of that. Big event. I learned lots of things. Though I have used to be, a part of these earlier, but in few days, like how we guys are working, how the coordination are happening, that is something really amazing. A new lesson for me. Finally, a big thanks. Finally, I like to end. Add me in where you think like I can extend my helps. Is ending with a very good learning.
Thank you, Abhishek. Okay, so let me close the this closing note as well, right? So
I'm waiting for you, Ajay.
yeah, absolutely. So I think let me call out first few people who either could not join this closing note at this moment, or might be joining running late. They are, because it is a very different situation, right? We all are going through the COVID, and at every home, the condition, basically the overall situation is very different with all of us, right? So Ravi is not here with us right now, but he's the guy who bring this PowerShell Asia conference to India first time in 2019, right? And then we started working together to make it happen. We did a great job in the 2019, and it was face to face, audience, speakers, everyone was amazing. In 2020, due to the COVID, we had full-fledged plan. We were full ready. We were planning to make it much bigger from 2019, but due to the COVID, we had changed our plan, and we said, okay, this year we will skip. 21 started. We started discussing again. Okay, let's plan everything, and then second wave hit us, all of us, right? We all were in trouble. And then the discussion was, okay, if the COVID is not going very soon, should we park our conference and the community work aside for the time being? And then based on the discussion, we basically decided, okay, let's go virtually. Okay. And to be very honest, personally, I have presented in many virtual conferences, but presenting as a presenter in the virtual conference is very different from organizing it. Yeah. So that was very different experience altogether. And because we were earlier planning face-to-face event, booking the hotels, booking the venue, and making all the arrangement of the parties, the lunch, and everything, goodies. But then at the end, due to the wave 2, we have changed everything, and we were left with only, I think I would say, 2 to 3 months. We were doubtful either we will be able to do it or not. But as I think we learned in the soft skills session, and in many places, if you will come as a team, you will come stronger. You can do anything. And you have heard from everything. I'm not going to repeat anything. Everyone has put huge effort to make this happen. I know most of these people, I have taken, I think, 1 or 2 weekend off, but most of these people have not taken any weekend off. All people are working 5 days full-time job and 2 days for the community, and every evening we are working together to make it happen somehow. All these speakers who have joined from the different places, they understood these challenges, and they humbly accepted our invite, and they joined us together, and they presented amazing content to the audience. Yeah, it is not easy for attendees also to attend, but what we are observing, that some people have seen the event live, many of them are going to see it offline, because people were pinging us and saying, okay, I will watch this session later. Right now, I will not take much time. I will just quickly ask Chen, is anyone else going to join or not?
Now I think we are good, Ajay. I don't think.
Okay. So
if
yeah,
anyone joins, we are all host only. Anybody can add them in.
Yes.
We don't
Cool.
have.
So the only thing I would say at last, we will make this event much bigger next year once again, and hopefully, if COVID is not there, we will see you in person, mostly in Bangalore, right? And we will have all the speaker onboarded, and we will have fun event next year. And with that, I will close the note and will say cheers. Have a great weekend, guys. We really need this now. Okay.
Yes, fantastic. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a
Cheers,
lot.
guys. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.